Equal access to a quality education. Ensure gender equality where women and girls have the same opportunities as men and boys. By achieving these goals, each member of our society will be equal, safe, and happy. UN global goals also include access to safe drinking water and sanitation, access to clean energy that is safe for people and the environment, sustainable and stable economic growth. Everyone has a decent job, strong infrastructure, and the support of innovations. Lower inequality within and among countries. Cities and settlements be developed without damaging the environment and people. Achieving these goals will result in the well-being of people and our planet. We can further take care of our environment with the following goals: sustainable and safe production and consumption of products. Take urgent measures to reduce climate change and its impact. Ensure the sustainable use and protection of ocean and sea resources. Restore and protect Earth's ecosystems. By achieving these goals, we will form a society where strong institutions ensure peace and justice. It is important for everyone to be involved, to build partnerships for achieving sustainable development goals. You are part of this process. Define the implementation of these goals. Take the lead. Share information with your friends.
Did you know that the UN Sustainable Development Goals are a universal call to action that unites 193 countries around the world? If these global goals are fulfilled by 2030, life on Earth will be better for everyone. So, what are these goals? Eliminate poverty in all its forms. No hunger. Everyone should have safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. Everyone has equal access to healthcare, thus ensuring our well-being
Hello,
and a
everybody.
healthy
If you
life.
can hear me, please can you confirm
Equal
in the chat
access to a
room?
quality education.
Is
Ensure
the
gender
video
equality where
is
women and
playing?
girls
We
have
have
the
not
same
been able
opportunities
to
as men and boys.
hear them.
By achieving these
So
goals,
if
each member of
anybody
our
can hear me,
society will
please
be
can you
equal, safe,
confirm
and
in the
happy.
chat room?
UN global
All
goals
right. If
also
you can hear me,
include
can you please
access to safe
confirm
drinking water and
in the
sanitation,
chat room? Good
access
morning,
to
everyone.
clean energy
Good
that is safe for
morning. Good
people
morning.
and
Good
the
morning,
environment.
everybody. If you can hear
Sustainable
me,
and
please
stable
confirm
economic growth. Everyone
in the
has a
chat
decent
room.
job, strong infrastructure, and the support of innovations. Lower inequality within and among countries. Cities and settlements be developed without damaging the environment and people. Achieving these goals will result in the well-being of people and our planet. We can further take care of our environment with the following goals: sustainable and safe production and consumption of products. Take urgent measures to reduce climate
Once again,
change
good
and
morning,
its
everybody.
impact.
Good morning.
Ensure the
Good morning.
sustainable
Good
use
morning,
and
everybody.
protection of ocean
Morning,
and
how
Can
are
you
you?
hear me?
Please,
Brilliant.
can you
Brilliant.
reduce the volume of your video?
We've stopped the video. It's just me speaking now, Calvin. We've stopped the video. It's just me speaking right now. Can you hear me clearly? Edith, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. I can hear you.
Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. All right, so I was saying to you, Edith, that a lot of the videos you were, or the videos you were playing, not a lot of them, we could not hear. So, but
Oh,
I was trying to confirm if everybody can hear me, but now I believe everybody can hear me. Okay.
all right.
All
Thank you
right.
very
So,
much.
over to you, Edith. Please, over to you. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's almost takeoff time, right? So we are glad to have you all on the call this morning, but would get to know ourselves. So please let's make good use of the chat room. Kindly tell us your name and where you are joining us from this morning, this beautiful morning. This is the day we have all been waiting for, right? So it has come and we're going to have a great time on the call today. So please, let's make use of the chat room, and I'd like to hear from you, your name and where you are joining us from. All right? Okay, Chinenye Ume from Lagos. Thank you for joining us. Yes, let's have it coming. All right. Remember, this is also a networking platform. You can make great connections, right? Right here on this call today. Who else? Okay, Samuel says my mic is muted. It is not muted from here.
No,
Dr.
no,
Can
it's not
you hear
muted.
me?
I can hear you
Okay, great.
clearly, Edith. I can hear
Okay,
you
thank you.
clearly.
All right, so Samuel, you might have to check your audio. All right, and try to rectify it. All right, so Calvin, you're joining us from Zimbabwe. It's great to have you on the call this morning. Okay, Engineer Vincent from Abuja. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, please, let's all make use of the chat room. Feel free to make use of the chat room. Tell us your name and where you are joining us from. Okay, Odedeji from Lagos. Thank you. Okay, Adam from Ghana. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Yes, yes, let's have it. Okay, please introduce yourself as you are joining the call. Tell us in the chat room your name and where you are joining us from. Okay, Yola, you're joining us from Lagos. Okay, great, great, great. Oh, wow. Okay, you're working on a great project. Great. Well done. Well done. Okay. Engineer Mukhtar from Abuja. Great. Thank you for joining us this morning. Okay, Bumi from Lagos. I see you. Okay. Uh, All right. Olushola from Lagos. Okay. Joshua from Cape Coast, Ghana. Great to have you on the call. Okay. Afua from Accra, Ghana. It's great to have you on the call. I mean, it's really great to have everyone coming from different countries within Africa, and we hope to have people from beyond Africa joining us this morning as well. Okay, from Zimbabwe, Peter from Zimbabwe, thank you for joining us. All right, Engineer Hajera from Somalia. I hope I got that correctly. Wow, thank you for joining us. Okay, thank you for joining us. Omenonye from Lagos. Great, 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 great. We are almost about to take off. This flight is about to take off. But before we take off, please let's hear from you. As you're joining us, tell us your name and where you're joining us from. I'll be looking at the chat room, and you are all welcome to the summit today. It is going to be a very interactive one. It's going to be interesting, and I promise you it's going to be one of the best summits around sustainability that you have attended this beautiful year 2025. Okay, so please, as you're joining, once again, tell us your name and where you're joining us from. Hassan, I see from Ibadan, okay? Professor John from Ghana, great, great, great. Dr. Suleiman from Cape Coast, Ghana, great, great, great. You're all welcome. Please, as you're joining us, tell us where you're joining us from and your name. And we are excited that you joined us on the call today. So I hope we are all ready. Like I said, this flight is about to take off, and I will be your hostess on this flight today. All right? Okay, Engineer Onyekachi, thank you for joining us from Abuja. Okay, Afolabi from Lagos. Abdul from Accra, Ghana. Great to have you on the call this morning. Thank you for joining us. Yes, please feel free. Use the chat room as we take off in the next 3 minutes. As this flight takes off in the next 3 minutes, tell us your name and where you are joining us. Tell us your name and where you are joining us from. Feel free to use the chat room. Feel free to use the chat room. So please, if you're taking pictures or videos from today's summit, do well to use the hashtag you see on your screen, hashtag ASP 2025 or hashtag African Perspectives. Okay, so please feel free to use that, and also tag the ASP platform on your posts, depending on whatever platform you are using. Okay, so I am still keeping an eye in the chat room. Please tell us your name and where you're joining us from. Sylvia from Accra, Ghana. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Yes, feel free to use the chat room. Great people, feel free to use the chat room. Okay, Alfred from Niger State. Okay, Samuel from Cape Coast, from University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Suzanne C. from Ghana. All right. Oh, Mr. Jackson, I can see you. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, Gatti from Ghana as well. Oh, we have, where are the Nigerians? Where are the South Africans? Where are the Zimbabweans, Somalians? Where are we? Right? Feel free to also share the link to your friends or with your friends to join this conversation today. And it is time to take off this flight. So once again, I want to welcome every one of you to the call this morning. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all sustainability champions and partners and thought leaders from across Africa and beyond. My name is Edith, and I'm welcoming you aboard the flight ASP 2025, proudly operated by A4S in collaboration with the African Sustainability Perspective Initiatives. So our flight today is bound for a destination called Sustainable Impact, with smooth cruising through topics such as ESG integration, SDG alignment, and Africa's path to greener, inclusive future. Now, before we take off, okay, please ensure your minds are open, your curiosity is fastened, and all distractions are safely stowed away. We will be traveling through zones of innovation, policy insights, and corporate transformation. So expect a light turbulence of ideas and heavy showers of inspiration. At cruising altitude, we will enjoy thought-provoking keynote sessions, expert panel discussions, and interactive moments designed to help us align our ESG strategies with the Sustainable Development Goals in Africa. So should we experience an overflow of inspiration, please take notes and share your thoughts in the chat box. Our digital cabin crew will be delighted to engage with you throughout the journey. So as we prepare to take off, please sit back, relax, and get ready for an enlightening flight into Africa's sustainable future. And once again, welcome aboard African Sustainability Perspectives 2025, where impact meets innovation and Africa's sustainability journey takes flight. So welcome on board and welcome aboard, everyone. Okay, so this is me giving a special welcome to everyone, and I hope you are ready to cruise with us in this altitude as we take off this flight. So first off, I would like to introduce A4S to everyone on the call. A4S is a professional service firm that has supported over 500 clients for more than 15 years, providing independent, objective, and high-quality audit, advisory, assurance, and assessment services and solutions across Africa. We are guided by professionalism, independence, and objectivity, supporting organizations to achieve compliance, strengthen governance, and create long-term value. And our multidisciplinary expertise enables us to support organizations in building strong track record in areas such as governance, risk management, compliance, performance improvement, and audit services, and in strengthening their systems, improving operational efficiency, and achieving regulatory alignment as well as every other great news that we have in stock for you today. So our expertise span two major categories: governance, performance, risk, compliance, and audit services, and as well as the monitoring, evaluation, and assessment services. Now, through the monitoring, evaluation, and assessment service arm, A4S delivers the ESG reporting services, SDG integration, and impact assessment and capacity building for sustainable development. Now, as a specialist in sustainability, ESG, and SDG adoption, A4S helps businesses, governments, and development partners embed sustainability into their strategies and operations. And we align our work with the international framework, such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and key ISO standards, while adapting solutions to fit local context. Now, looking at the African sustainability perspective, the ASP is a premier virtual summit, as we're having it today, and is scheduled to align with the World Sustainability Day, and it's convened by A4S Limited to unite government leaders, corporate executives, development agencies and partners, as we have them on the call this morning, and of course the academia and sustainability professionals from across Africa and beyond, to explore the theme, driving sustainable impact through ESG and SDG alignment in Africa. And of course, this platform, this ASP 2025 serves as a platform for cross-sector dialogue on sustainability, governance, and social impact. And then we would have youth engagement through speaker sessions and collaborative learning. We'd also have knowledge sharing sessions on Africa-led innovations and ESG reporting and partnership building for SDG acceleration. So like I said earlier before we kickstarted this summit, you have opportunity to also network even while the summit is ongoing. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as we have come to the point to take the first keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome and introduce to you the Dr. Orlando Olumide Odejide. He will be taking the first keynote address, speaking on Africa in Perspective, Sustainability, and Global Agenda. And he is the managing partner of A4S and the convener of the ASP 2025. Now, I would like to give a brief intro for a lot of people who do not know him on the call. It is important that I do this. So Dr. Orlando is a governance, risk, compliance, and sustainability expert with global experience supporting over 500 organizations in implementing ISO standards and best practices. He has contributed to the development of IWA 48 guidelines for ESG and trained organizations on ISO 53001 and ISO 53002 for SDG management. And he is a recognized sustainability thought leader, and he writes regularly and speaks on SDG, and he is the convener of the ASP, promoting Africa's leadership in sustainable development. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Orlando Odejide as he takes the first keynote address.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Edith. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great. It's my pleasure to be here. We've looked forward to this event for a long time. It's taken us almost 6 months to plan this and to get to where we are today. So indeed, it's my pleasure to be here. And a big round of applause for yourselves for making it here. A lot of people planned to be here. A lot of people prayed to be here, but they ended up not being here, at least not yet as it is. So it's a big deal that you're all here and that you all made it here. So once again, big congratulations to yourselves for making it here. I'll ensure that my presentation is very quick and we're going to share it with you. We have a lot of goodies for everybody. I will leave my colleague Edith to introduce all the goodies later. If you end up staying till the end of this session, we have so many goodies in store for everybody. But I'll leave all that to her. I need to quickly share my screen, and as I said, I will go through this presentation very quickly because of our time. Our keynote speaker is going to come in a couple of minutes from now. And so, I will, not a couple, in some minutes from now. So I'll try to ensure that my session is as quick as it can be, as it is. But once again, thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. We've planned this for about 6 months. I'm really happy that it's come to pass as it is. As Edith rightly said, our organization is A4S, and what we do is around governance, risk, compliance, and sustainability, both on the business side and also on the operations and technology side of things. That is who we are, and that is what we do: governance, risk, compliance, and sustainability, both on the business side of things and also on the information technology side of things. We're happy. If you look on our website and follow us on social media, you'll get an opportunity to see more of who we are and what it is that we do as an organization. A big thank you to my colleagues, Edith, who's leading the session today, and Larry, who's seated in Ghana, A big thank you to them for all the time and the effort that they've also put into it. And so, everybody, if there's a place for you to clap, this is the place. Please give everybody here a round of applause. These people seated in Accra and in Nigeria and also in Nairobi, they've done a lot to be able to ensure that today comes to pass. So, a big thank you to all the team members. I cannot mention all their names that are putting the time and the effort and the energy to ensure that today happens. So big thank you to all of you that are on my screen. We have two books that we're also launching today. Myself and my colleagues, we've worked extremely hard to ensure that these two books that they exist. We will share the links. The electronic books, and you can download them. We'll share the links for both books. It's pretty much our own thoughts and our opinion with regards to how SDG is going in the country where I'm based, which is in Nigeria and even in Lagos State. So we provided our own thoughts and our opinion based on publicly available information, and we've made our recommendations relative to the adoption of SDG in Nigeria and in Lagos State. We're working on the third one, which we'll also share with everybody, which is also about it's about the same thing, but in that instance, it will be for Ghana. We're working on the Ghana version of this document, our own thoughts and our opinion with regards to how Ghana as a country is implementing and adopting SDG in the country in itself. We'll share a link. We have so many publications that we've put out over the past 3 years. So some of them are on academia. We'll share a link with everybody. We also have so many things that we've done. I think since last year, we've been doing monthly webinars around SDGs. So we've been doing webinars around SDGs. I believe most of them are on YouTube. We'll share the link on YouTube where you can find a lot of the things that we've also done relative to SDGs. So video sessions, we've invited people from all walks of life that have had to give us their thoughts and their opinion with regards to SDGs, and a lot of these things are available on YouTube. So you'll see many things that we've done on academia.edu. You'll also see many things that we have done on YouTube in itself. So I'm sure we'll share the links with you, some of them, and even some training courses. We've done quite a number of training courses. 2024, we've also done two different ones this year, and these are free things that we have done. They're publicly available. They're on YouTube, and you can always go back to them and learn from them if you really want to dig deeper into SDGs in themselves. As an organization, these are the two areas where we specialize, not kind of, we specialize when it comes to sustainability. So it's really around there's a management system from ISO 53001. And there's a supporting document, which is the 37101. And then there's also the ESG document. So everything we do from a sustainability perspective is driven by these two documents in themselves. So what we do is very much aligned to international standards. They are not where, especially organization when it comes to the adoption of ISO standards. And some of these documents are actually freely available. So we provide thoughts, insights, opinion, research, and validated thinking when it comes to how should organizations or countries, how should countries in Africa adopt 53001, and how exactly should organizations also adopt IWA 48, which is the ESG standard. So everything we do from a sustainability perspective is underpinned by these two standards in themselves. All right. So if there's one slide that really, or there are two key slides that demonstrate my thoughts and my opinion with regards to one page, this page for SDG, and I have another page for ESG. And this is my thinking. This is my opinion with regards to SDGs. I think the SDGs They're not a nice to have. I think they're compulsory. I think they're mandatory. I think the whole of Africa should have only one objective at the back of our minds, and I'm talking about the leaders of African countries. The key thing we should be thinking about is how exactly should we go about ensuring that we achieve SDGs in Africa. This is the key thing that should be driving us. This is not fanciful. This is not fashion. This is not what people do by the side. This is the centerpiece for governance and for every government. Every electoral promise, every election, every kind of promise from our leaders, all right, that says that, oh, we're going to do this, should be centered around SDGs. Africa is not going to go anywhere without these SDGs. And I think that should be known and that should be clear to all our African leaders. And I'm hoping some of those African leaders, some of them are here on the call today, whether you're an African leader as of today or some of the future African leaders, they're on this call even as of today. And so I'm saying it to you. If we're ever going to be successful, if we're ever going to grow, if we're ever going to become the Africa that we all hope and dream of, this SDGs is really at the centerpiece of everything that we're going to do. And we shouldn't take this lightly. The government of every African country shouldn't take this lightly. All of us need to take this seriously, and we need to do any and everything that we can do as Africa to ensure that the SDGs are achieved, that our score will be across board. When you average the score for every African country, we should be at 70% or at 80%. And as at today, we're far from those numbers. The indicators and the metrics that are in place, we're far, not just we're very far from those numbers as Africa. So I'm hoping all of us will become ambassadors. I'm hoping all of us will get out of this place, leave this room today, just bearing at the back of our minds that if Africa together as a continent is ever going to get to where we need to get to our place of destiny, it is these SDGs that should form the centerpiece of our thinking, of our planning, of our actions, and of everything that we do. So once again, if you're going to take one slide away from me for this particular summit that we're having today, it is this slide. The success of Africa is completely dependent on how well we drive and achieve SDGs in our country. And I hope that is clear to everybody. Once again, we will share the slides. It's not a secret. We built it specifically for you, and we're hoping all of you will join in this particular initiative in itself. Let me move on very quickly. I remember I had one of the sessions, I think it was earlier this year, and I said, and I put this slide up, and I'll say to them, I said, you know, that the problem in Africa is bad governance or poor governance. And I was saying to them that bad or poor governance is the root of all national and local evil, right? That once again to underscore what I was saying, poverty and every in all its dimensions and indicators is really the result of poor governance. And that is why the governments across the whole of Africa cannot afford to play with this. For Africa, we should, I think, to show sequence, to show prioritization, the first thing really is to move number 16 to number 1. Because if number 16 keeps going wrong, then number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and all the others are going to keep going wrong. Once again, African governments need to take this thing seriously and to take very decisive and actionable steps towards ensuring that all the goals, not some of them, all the goals are achieved. And hopefully we can score 70% and above by the year 2030. As it is. There's a brilliant report. Everybody, you can go online and look for this report. It's a great report. If you're a sustainability executive, if you're a sustainability professional, then this report should be important to you, especially if you're in Africa It's a free report. You can download it. There's even an executive summary for the report. And I do think everybody needs to look at this. Where all of us need to be, this is a collective goal, and all of us need to work together to ensure that these things are done and they're achieved appropriately. We all need to be educated appropriately. We all need to be driving this in our own sphere of influence, and this is important across board. For the countries in Africa, there's a scorecard like this. There's a scorecard like this. So once again, all of us should be looking to say that how do we get to 70%? How do we ensure that the index that we have is 70 or 80% by the year 2030? How do we ensure that everything that we're looking at is appropriately done? So there's a dashboard for every country. If you go on the website for United Nations, you will find this information. It's available, and you want to drill down into it for your own country, and you need to start to think: how do we move forward? How do we achieve more? If you look at this, there's only one climate action that's green in there. There's only one. All the and then other all the others. Everybody, look at these. Look at some of these. There's only one that we're on track on maintaining the SDG achievement. And this is the problem. It's not a problem in Nigeria and Ghana alone. It's a problem across the whole of Africa. Once again, all of us, we need to do this together. This is not the job of one person. All of us need to work together. The governments the governments in each country, they need to drive this. The ministries, the parastatals, the directorates, all of them need to drive this. And this is, once again, this is important. There's a scorecard that we're working on for every country to say I mean, this is something that is extremely important to us, to say that what is the ministry or the department or the MDA that is in charge of each of this, because there must be an entity in charge of it. Who's in charge of everything that has got to do with goal 2? Who's in charge of everything that has got to do with goal 3? Who are those that are in charge of everything that has got to do with goal 4 in each country? How do we hold these MDAs both accountable and responsible for achieving this? Where is the document that shows the alignment of these SDGs to the MDAs in each country? And this will happen not just at the national level, it also has to happen at the regional, at the states, and even at the local level. And how do we rate them? And how do we draw up very concrete and definite improvement steps with regards to this? Once again, the destiny of Africa is really tied to the achievement of these SDGs in each African country. And I'm hoping, once again, that all of us that are here, we will all end up being people who will drive this and ensure that this comes to pass in itself. I move on very quickly to the other portion of today, which is the ESG. Right? So SDG, from my perspective, right, all of us can contribute to it, but the key person that owns it, the person that is accountable for SDG, is the government of each country. The key thing that each of the private organizations need to start to really drive is the ESG. And it doesn't matter whether you're a small business or you're a medium-sized business or you're a big business, you need to strive to drive ESG in your organization. And there's a direct alignment between ESG and SDG in itself. They are not the same, but there's a direct alignment between them. So you're going to listen to a lot of speakers. Right, and I put something on my screen because the ISO document, which is IW A4S, is an important and critical document for every organization. All of us need to adopt ESG. Next year, the new version of ISO 9001 is going to come out in the year 2026, and a key portion of it is going to be around ESGs for organizations, whether you're in financial services, you're in manufacturing, or whatever industry that you're in. And this is not just for you to do fictitious reporting. This is for you to really go in and ask yourself, have you, as an organization, indeed adopted ESG. You're not going to, this is not for you to say, I haven't done anything relative to ESG, but I wanted some kind of ESG report, which is what a lot of people do. And at the very heart of ESG is or are these three things, these three standards: the environmental standard, the social responsibility standard, and the governance of organization standard. If you have not really adopted these three standards, then maybe it really will be difficult for you to achieve appropriate ESG reporting in itself. One has to come definitely before the other. So if you're going to take one thing that I've got to say away today relative to ESG, this is the slide. If you want to achieve appropriate ESG in your organization, you need to ensure you're doing environmental management, you're doing social responsibility, and you're definitely doing the governance of the appropriate corporate governance in your own organization. Once again, I move on very quickly because of our time. We have a training class we're going to be doing in December. You should give yourself an opportunity to give yourself a Christmas present by being available for this training. In that training, we're going to go through these things, and you're going to become a certified champion sometime in the month of December if you avail yourself of that opportunity, right? Very quickly, from the year 2026 to the year 2030, we have a commitment to train 50,000 Africans. From the year 2026 to the year 2030, we have a commitment to train 50,000 Africans on these two things, on sustainability. So we're going to be training Africans on how do we achieve SDGs and on the two standards from ISO 53001 and also the IWA 48 document. We're going to be driving this, and we welcome everybody to be our partners on this particular initiative. It will be a joy to work with all of you in one way or the other to ensure that we can train 50,000 Africans on sustainability, covering what the United Nations has said relative to the SDGs and what ISO has also said relative to the SDGs and also ESG. This is our mandate. This is what we've decided to do, and we welcome all of you on board to join us and to work with us to ensure that this happens and it happens appropriately. So thank you very much, everybody, for attending this. It's my pleasure. I feel very honored to have been able to put this event together with my colleagues and with my team and with all our partners. A big thank you to everybody that has supported us. And once again, everybody, a massive round of applause to all our speakers. We're going to be listening to everybody that is here on my screen today. We will be listening to all of them. They're all going to share their thoughts. They're all going to share their opinion with regards to what do we need to do as Africa relative to SDGs, and what does each organization, and I dare say each individual, what do we all need to do relative to ESG also in our own organization. So once again, everybody, a big thank you to all our speakers. We thank all of you, from Ajal, who's going to be leading, to Mr. Omalade, and to our dear Professor Mensa, to Anne Ibrahim, Aderonke, Samuel, Anita, Sonti, and every other person, Anudulano, Abosede. Big thank you to all of you to have agreed to do this. You've all done this even as part of your own contribution to a better Africa. We're not paying any of you, so we really do thank you for putting your time and your effort towards this. So once again, everybody, a massive, massive round of applause to everybody that is right here on my screen. Thank you very much, all of you. And I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Ajawi is the lead and the chief corporate services and sustainability officer for MTN. If you don't mind, Aja, can you please drop your LinkedIn page or link to your LinkedIn in the chat room so that we can all follow you. She's a global leader when it comes to sustainability, and we're going to be hearing our thoughts. She's based out of Ghana, but I can tell you that she's done many things in in different parts of the world, and she's definitely worked in oil and gas. She's worked at the criminal courts, as you can see, UN mission to Liberia, and she definitely does a lot of things also in academia. And she's a seasoned lawyer from Harvard Law. So once again, everybody, I wish I would have a profile like Adra's profile. I wish someday in the future I will be somebody like her, as competent and as experienced as someone like her. So once again, big thank you to everybody that is here. Big thank you to all our partners. Big thank you to all our speakers. And a big thank you to the employees and the supporting people, A4S, for putting this event together. Thank you very much, everyone. Please welcome with me, Aja. Aja, are you on the call? So that you
Yes.
can take this away. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Orlando. I hope you can see me. Unfortunately, I've had to use my phone. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm on now. And thank you so much for the very generous introduction. And I'm sure you want to be like me when you grow up. So do I. I want to be like me when I grow up. So thank you very much. And thank all our listeners, and good morning from Ghana to you. I think today, I just want to thank the organizers for the privilege again. Once again, I think this is the second event that you have invited me to, and for the privilege to speak to a very august audience this morning about ESG, a subject that we are all passionate about. And I loved your passion, Dr. Orlando, especially when you talked about SDG not being a nice to have. And I would say that ESG is not nice to have. It is a must. And for us at MTN, it's really core to our business and at the heart of everything that we do. Today's topic for me is beyond compliance, embedding ESG into corporate strategy for authentic impact in Africa. And we are talking about Africa, how we can ensure that we are compliant, and not only compliant, but actually embedding sustainability, SDG, ESG into our operations. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are in a world where environmental, social, and governance issues increasingly shape investor confidence, consumer loyalty, and policy direction. And the question is no longer whether ESG matters. It is how deeply it is integrated into our business strategy. So speaking from the corporate side, I know Dr. Orlando has spoken about the broader policy and government matters that must be addressed. And in today's business environment, ESG principles are core determinants of resilience, reputation, and long-term profitability. Unfortunately, we have seen in recent years a rollback of sustainability commitments around the globe as companies backtrack on carbon emission goals and eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. This brings into question the global commitment, and indeed the commitment of these companies, some of which are quite reputable, quote unquote, companies, very big companies. So we question the commitment to sustainability in the first place. But we know that this is not a tenable approach for Africa, because we are bearing more than our fair share of the effects of climate change. But sustainability, I must say, is core to Africa. Even without the label of ESG and sustainability, the protection of our environment and society has been at the center of our social fabric. This is, for instance, encapsulated in the proverb that says, treat the earth well. It was not given to you by your parents. It was loaned to you by your children. And the one that also says, do not drain the water till it is dry. And sometimes, the labels tend to confuse us into thinking that ESG is new to Africa. But these are classic definitions of sustainability, which buttress our fundamental and ingrained concept of intergenerational responsibility, conservation, and accountability. As such, it should not be difficult for us to go back to our roots to embrace ESG as individuals, as corporates, and as policymakers. And I would add even academia. So for us, we must move from a compliance or obligation to opportunity, because ESG does indeed present opportunities for us for business value for growth. For far too long, sustainability, ESG, has been treated as an obligation, something to report, to comply with, or to satisfy external expectations. But our story in Africa must be different. ESG must be a value we strive for, because our survival, competitiveness, and transformation depend on it. So ESG must be, as corporates, embedded in our DNA. And what does that mean? It means that it must be woven into our business models, our leadership decisions, our leadership behaviors, our stakeholder engagements, supply chains, etc. It must be the lens through which we define value and impact and measure success. It must also be reflected in our reward systems. Without these, we cannot make much progress. So for instance, when a company invests in renewable energy, as MTN has done, it is not only reducing carbon emissions, but ensuring long-term operational efficiency. When we empower local suppliers and SMEs, we are not simply supporting communities, we are building resilient and sustainable value chains and an ecosystem that we rely on that must exist for us to exist. When we insist on transparency and good governance, we are not only, or we should not only be seen as protecting reputation, but also cultivating trust, which is the most valuable currency in business. Therefore, our ESG must be a purpose-led business strategy, ensuring that every business decision contributes to environmental stewardship, social well-being, and ethical governance. Such decisions drive innovation, productivity, stakeholder confidence, and longevity. But what is our African context, and how do we turn it into opportunity? So as a continent, we have immense potential, but also an urgent responsibility to lift our people out of poverty and bring them into the digital world to be able to engage productively. We are blessed with a talented, youthful population, abundant natural resources, and economies poised for exponential growth. And now a lot of companies, even outside of Africa, are looking to Africa for growth, because they see us as the next growth pathway. Yet we face significant climate vulnerability, inequality, and infrastructure gaps. This dual reality gives African businesses a unique opportunity to build growth that is green, inclusive, and digitally driven. We have the opportunity to leapfrog into cleaner energies, promote circular economies, and build partnerships that align profit and purpose. However, achieving impact must take into account our context. It means that our ESG strategies or models must be homegrown and reflect Africa's realities, our energy needs, informal economies, and social priorities. We must design frameworks that work for us, frameworks that are affordable, respect local knowledge, empower communities, and advance shared prosperity. And that is the basis of sustainability. The Africa we envision must be one where governance inspires trust and business is relevant and a true force for good. In all this, and especially from the corporate standpoint, leadership is key. So for us, ESG boils down to leadership. Leadership must set the tone, allocate resources, and model the values, and that is important, that define corporate culture. Without that, integration is impossible. But the challenge before us is not whether ESG fits into business strategy, but whether we as leaders have the courage and vision to make it central. This is the era where ethical leadership is seen as strategic leadership. The organizations that will thrive are those that combine profitability and purpose, growth with responsibility and influence. How are we creating opportunities for the underserved or needy, women, youth, and small businesses? How transparent and accountable is our governance structure? So, and here for leadership, I'll refer to the board and management, must set a clear vision and strategy for sustainability, and must be the #1 champion and live ESG values. The strategy must be translated into clear actions and targets that must be implemented and monitored to ensure that they are achieved. Awareness creation across the business of the strategy, action, target, and implementation are key to creating buy-in and encouraging employee participation. So now I turn to how MTN has sought to do this and how why we are where we are today. So MTN is a Pan-African company with an unflinching commitment to providing and leading digital solutions for Africa's progress. And hence, we are well placed to provide some insights on our experience in Africa. We believe that we must be a force for good as corporates operating, especially in Africa, with our peculiar challenges and opportunities. So at MTN, our journey began with a leadership commitment and the realization that survival or our survival cannot depend that investments in our environment, in our society, in our economy, and in our governance systems are intrinsic to our continued existence. Therefore, in our Ambition 2025 strategy, which was launched in 2021, one of the strategic priorities for us was shared value with ESG as our enabler. With this and shared value, meaning that in ensuring in our operations, we ensure that stakeholder concerns and interests are taken into account. And we look at stakeholders very broadly and make sure we engage, we listen, and we incorporate the feedback into our operations. So with this foundation, we are steadily building our ESG culture with our board and executive teams, ensuring that ESG considerations are reflected in our governance frameworks, operations, and culture. This commitment for us is non-negotiable. Every major decision, from infrastructure development to talent management, asks one key question: what is the impact on people, the planet, and our performance? And our strategy is very clear. We want to lead digital solutions for Africa's progress with the belief that everyone deserves the benefit of a modern, connected life. Let me talk about some of the things that we are doing, specific things we are doing. So to achieve our goal, we have a framework for sustainability and targets that we track. This is structured around our own definition of ESG, where we talk about, and to simplify it for everyone who looks at it, we look, say, doing for planets to signify our eco responsibility, doing for society, for people, doing it right for governance, doing it for growth for our economic support for economic development. So through our eco-responsibility targets, we have expedited our attempt or effort towards achieving net zero by 2040, which is a target that we have set for ourselves, with significant investments in solar and efficient energy sources. Today, about 50% of our energy comes from solar power, reducing diesel consumption and our emissions. Over 350 of our network sites and all our data centers are powered by solar energy. Our head office is also now completely on solar. And we have seen an appreciable reduction in our energy costs. We are collaborating with our suppliers to reduce their emissions, our scope 3 emissions. And we have what we call a suppliers pledge, where now over 50% of our key suppliers have signed on to ESG commitments. We do acknowledge that there are small businesses that would find such commitments challenging. So we have a program that provides them with insights and support to be able to embark on their own tailored ESG journey. On waste, our target is to create a circular economy of reducing, reusing, and recycling waste. We have banned the single-use plastics in our business and are monitoring and reducing our waste through yearly targets. We are also monitoring our water use and reducing water usage. We all know where we are with water, especially in Ghana, where access to water is an issue. We want to make sure that from our side, we are not wasting water. On the social side, inclusivity is at the heart of our initiatives because we believe that an inclusive society is a healthy and productive society. Our target is to have 50% female representation in the workforce by 2030. And through systematic implementation of women in technology and other leadership programs, we are now at around 42%. We are working hard on the C-suite and leadership roles because men tend, as you all know, to dominate in especially technical institutions. And this is something that we have taken note of and we are encouraging women to go into. Digital inclusion has been a major focus for us. Our goal is to ensure that the vulnerable and underserved have affordable broadband access that they can actually use or access. However, we know that there are barriers such as affordability that sometimes prevent them from doing so. A recent GSMA report on digital transformation in Ghana notes that there is a 62% usage gap. That is, those who have access to broadband, mobile broadband, but are unable to use it for several reasons are 62%, which is a very, very high percentage that we must all work to bring down. So at MTN, we have a program that we call CHASE, and CHASE, C stands for coverage. And for coverage, we are working very hard to extend our coverage across the country. And by population, we now cover 99% of our population. We are looking at handsets and how do we get handsets into the hands of people, affordable handsets into people's hands. And so we're thinking we have programs such as device financing where you take the device and you pay in installments to ease the pressure on people. We are looking at ensuring for services and our bundles. How do we ensure that that is also affordable through the way that we are bundling our services and targeting the different groups? And then the last is education, digital skills education. For people to be able to engage in this digital world, they must be educated. They must know how to use a smartphone. They must have some digital knowledge. And it is something that we are working on at various levels. So ESG integration is also critical to our products and services. And we are very deliberate in the way that we design our products ensuring that they address the needs of the range of customers that will use them. I'll give you a few examples. MTN app, for instance, now has a feature to support those with visual impairment. We have enterprise products specifically for SMEs. We all understand some of the challenges that SMEs have. And so we have come up with special products that allow them to also, have access to, the internet, to be able to drive their businesses, website design, how they position themselves. All these are support services that we provide for our SMEs to help them also to formalize so that they can have access to capital that they need. We are also, for financial inclusion through mobile money, we are expanding our services to underserved, especially women, through collaboration with women's groups across the country. And we are now driving the uptake of women as subscribers, merchants, and agents, all in a bid to support their businesses and bring them into the payment ecosystem, helping them to formalize, as I said, to be able to access credit and scale their growth. An area where we have translated purpose into action is with the MTN Foundation, with its focus on education, health, and economic empowerment, which are all national priority areas and aligned with the SDGs. We have dedicated 1% of MTN Ghana's profit after tax revenue to the foundation to help in the efforts, our community development efforts, ensuring that is amply funded. And since its inception in 2007, it has invested over $50 million in education, health, and economic empowerment projects, directly impacting more than 4 million lives. Here too, and with the foundation, we aim to push digital inclusion and have a strategy that ensures that 75% of our funding goes into digitally related intervention, digital skills training through our Digital Skills Academy and other projects, robotics and ICT lab, construction, scholarships for students in STEM and ICT, construction of ultra-modern health facility, donation of or purchase or diagnostic equipment, and support for health campaigns. And here we have partnered with the National Blood Bank. So every year through our Save a Life campaign, we engage in blood donation campaigns, and our support for our SMEs, which face daunting challenges. We are targeting the youth because of our high unemployment situation, women and persons with disability, to ensure that we take a comprehensive look at inclusion. So having directed our energies into integrating ESG into our operations, which we believe is critical, we have now turned to publishing an annual sustainability report to reinforce our accountability. And we will be reporting both to the Ghana Stock Exchange, which has introduced the voluntary global reporting initiative, GRI-based ESG reporting, and incorporate the sustainability-related A4S S1 and S2 disclosures in our annual reports from next year. The tone from the top is clear. ESG is a standing board agenda item. The board has ensured that we have policies that promote ethical conduct, transparency, accountability, stakeholder engagement, and data privacy, key pillars of good governance in a digital age. It does not end there. We have our institutional ESG structure is supported by a board subcommittee, an ESCOM steering committee, an executive, that's me, responsible for sustainability, a cross-functional ESG working group, and departmental champions, or executive and departmental champions. Our ESG program is also aligned to our MTN Group program, which exercises oversight over our performance, creating various levels of accountability and oversight to deepen our performance. We could not have accomplished all this without strong leadership. And our leadership performance is assessed and rewarded based on how well we are able to create and sustain a value-based ESG culture internally while advancing our ESG purpose externally. Our ambition is to first inculcate in our employees ESG values and practice within and outside the workplace as we strive to positively impact our environment, society, and economy. These investments have paid off. Our group CEO, Ralph Mupita, recently announced that MTN Group has now about 300 million customers across our footprints in Africa. This growth has no doubt been catalyzed by our ESG efforts. And for us, it's evidence of the close link between sustainability, business growth, business value, and resilience. Our achievements in ESG integration have come by dint of hard work and focus. Managing change is never easy, but with persistence and consistency, you can achieve results. Let us assure you that we are not there yet, but one thing is for sure, we will keep going and celebrate our successes no matter how small, because big achievements are the result of small efforts. We have learned many lessons along the way, not least the fact that our actions, and this is what Dr. Orlando has spoken to, can have the greatest meaning and impact for our people if they are linked to a wider national vision and policy. And so for us, policy support is indispensable. And ESG integration can be expedited through appropriate interventions that encourage corporates to adopt green technologies, become more inclusive, and promote ethical practices and transparency. ESG cannot be a corporate-only activity because it will remain unstructured and inefficient. Demonstrable impact or success requires multi-sectorial coordination and participation, which governments, that is, policymakers and regulators especially, must provide. Action is also being taken in Ghana at the corporate level. The GSC, as I mentioned, has adopted guidelines on sustainability reporting and encouraging listed companies to evaluate, address, and report their material ESG impacts. The Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana has taken this a step further by adopting the ISSB's standard and mandating sustainability disclosures through the IFRS S1 and S2 in a phased approach. For what it calls significant, For what it calls significant public interest entities, such reporting is mandatory from 1st January 2027. And the significant public interest entities refer to listed companies, banks, insurance companies, pension schemes, public limited companies, large private companies, and entities in specific high impact sectors like mining, oil and gas, and cement manufacturing. And from 1st January 2028, it becomes mandatory for all companies which are not in this category, like government entities and small firms, to also report. So individually, companies in key sectors such as telecoms, mining, oil and gas are taking steps to meet ESG targets to support the sustainable development of our country. I will reiterate that embedding ESG into strategy cannot happen in isolation. We need strong public and private sector collaboration, enabling the regulation and policies that encourage investment and innovation. The reality is that ESG embedding comes at a cost, financial cost, I mean. And so governments must create frameworks that reward responsible business conduct, while the private sector must, for their part, Demonstrate leadership through real commitment, transparent self-regulation, and partnerships that scale impact. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I will rehash something I said in the recent Africa Climate Communication Summit, where I challenged communications practitioners to ensure that our communications on climate change is intentional, focused, and purposeful to be able to change attitudes and provide accessible and workable pathways for action and change. However, without credible ESG actions, this cannot happen because we cannot be reporting on something that is not happening on the ground. As corporates, we cannot and must not greenwash our efforts with lofty communications. We must simply do the right thing to build trust with our stakeholders and achieve our ESG goals. So my call to you today is this. As business leaders, educators, policymakers, regulators, and citizens, we have a challenging but exciting opportunity in Africa to move beyond compliance to building institutions that leave a legacy of trust and transformation in Africa. And I think Dr. Orlando, you stressed on SDG 16. It's very important. Our responsibility extends beyond balance sheets, going well into the future of our children, environment, and continent. Collaborating across sectors, private, public, civil society, is vital to creating and scaling sustainable solutions that uplift our people and protect our planet. Importantly, we must invest in our people because no journey of sustainability can succeed without human capital. We must have a shared belief that doing good and doing well are not opposing goals, but mutually reinforcing ones. We must measure success not only in profits, but in the change we create for our planet and our people. As you know, many companies, and often big ones, that prioritize financial performance over social value do not exist today, simply because they lost their social license to operate. We must always remember that the people that we serve today have the power to make or unmake our businesses. If we are bold enough to embed ESG into our strategies, not as an afterthought, but as a foundation, we will create African businesses that are globally competitive, socially relevant, and environmentally responsible. This is how we ensure authentic impact in Africa, by aligning what we do with who we are and the future we want to build. I therefore urge all of us to go out and lead with authenticity, courage, and purpose, because when ESG becomes part of our corporate DNA, we will not only build stronger companies, but a stronger and more sustainable Africa. Thank you very much for this opportunity and for listening. So over to you, Orlando. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Joe. Please, a round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we had to pay for this, it would probably cost me an arm and a leg, which I can't afford. All right. So thank you very much for agreeing to do this at such a short notice and even for disrupting your calendar. Thank you very much. So once again, everybody, a massive, massive round of applause. We appreciate you. Please drop your link on your the link to your LinkedIn page. We'll get a lot of people to follow you, and we have one request: your speech and presentation. If you share it with us, a lot of people would like to see some of the things that you've said, and MTN being a brilliant example of an organization that is driving sustainability end to end. We like the examples that you've given. We like the illustrations that you've also given, and a lot of people will want to be able to go back and even quote it in other places to say that this is what MTN is doing. We should be doing something similar, and hopefully, well, maybe even matching up as it is. So, Ajay, we thank you for your time. I know you're a very busy person. You've got to, I'm certain you've got a field day, and I really do thank you for taking the time out to be here. I'll be in your offices in about a week or two. I will definitely look for you and stop by to say hello to you. Thank you very much. Everybody, once again, a big thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Aja. We appreciate you. And God bless you for agreeing to do this. Thank you very much. People will have questions, they'll have thoughts, we'll bring some of those things to you. And I'm certain that you probably even have publications, just like you said you were at the climate conference. I'm certain that you have things that you're able to share with us so that we can also share with the community in itself. Thank you very much. God bless you, Mark. God bless you. Thank you. All right, good. Appreciate. Good, good, good. Over to you, Edith. All right, please. Thank you.
Decided.
In 2015, world leaders made a promise for the well-being of all people and the planet.
We need action
to reach the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. There's progress in life expectancy and disease prevention. There's greater gender parity in management positions. Many developing economies have seen a growing middle class. Safe sanitation and basic hygiene services are becoming the norm. More than 95% of the global population have access to mobile broadband networks. The future of energy is cleaner. Unfortunately, at the halfway point, only 15% of SDG targets are on track, and more than a third are stagnated or in regression. More than 780 million people face chronic hunger. More than 100 million families are fleeing war, conflict, and human rights violations. Social protection, education, and healthcare are still out of reach for too many. Human rights are under assault. With the planet warming at 1.1 degrees Celsius, extreme weather is wreaking devastation around the world. Biodiversity is being lost at an alarming rate. These global threats must be overcome with smarter solutions, renewed ambition and determination, and recognition of what has not succeeded in the past. We must commit investments from billions to trillions in increasing social protection and decent jobs, transforming education, digitalization, energy transition, food system transition, and environmental protection. To get there, we need global solidarity. For the planet, for people, for generations to come.
No excuses, no delays. Promises made must be promises kept.
All right.
Interlude.
Going over to you, please take over. You are muted. We can't hear you, please.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I said before we move into our next session, let's take a quick breather. So we're going to be taking a quiz on sustainability. So I'm about to share my screen. Please confirm if you can see my screen. So this is just a light way to test how well we've been paying attention and just to get to know a few interesting facts about SDGs. So the first question, we're going to be making use of the chat room, please. So I'll need your attention and participation. So the first question is, what guiding phrase summarizes the SDG vision? Is it save the planet? Is it act now? Is it leave no one behind? Or together we can? So let me head over to the chat room and see who got the answer. We're going to be getting you gifts, by the way, so I need your participation. Okay. Leave no one behind. Okay, I think everyone got that. That one was pretty much easy. Okay. Next question. Which SDG emphasizes responsible consumption and production patterns? Maybe I should give you a time. Why is everyone getting it? See, we don't have enough gift for everybody. Okay, everyone got the answer. That is SDG 12. Very good. So next question is, what is the key purpose of SDG 17? A, to protect the oceans. B, to reduce inequality. Why is everyone picking C? Are we sure? That's correct. Okay, don't worry, we have enough car keys. It will go round. So the next question is, what is the main focus of SDG 5? Clean energy, gender equality, innovation, or no poverty? Gender equality. Right. Okay. I guess we are all aware of sustainability goals. I'm happy about that too. Okay, so the last question. Oh my God. Okay, so the last question. What does SDG 13 aim to address? A, poverty, B, clean water, climate action, or zero hunger? Climate action. Are you sure? Okay. Yes, climate action. Thank you all for your participation. So now we're going to be moving on to the next panel session. Thank you all for contributing. So please allow me to, before we move on to the next panel session, I'm going to be spotlighting some of our partners. So please allow me to share my next screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen. Please, can you all see my screen? Okay, thank you. So I'd like to take a moment to spotlight some of our incredible partners. I'd like to appreciate the Lagos
Wait, can
Chamber.
you please put on projection mode so we can see clearly?
Okay.
Why can't she do it quickly?
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so yes, as I was saying, I would like to appreciate
was what we did.
Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We'll have to, sorry, getting some notification. All right, so let me proceed. I would love to appreciate LCCI for joining us and partnering with us on the ASP 2025. LCCI is one of the oldest and most respected business association founded in 1888. LCCI has been a driving force in promoting trade, industry, and economic growth, representing the voice of the business community in Lagos and beyond. Please let's give them a round of applause. Some of my colleagues will be dropping the link in the chat room so you can visit their website to learn more on what they do. Our second partner that I'll be spotlighting is GRI Africa. GRI Africa stands for Global Reporting Initiative. They're an independent non-profit organization that is the architect of the common global language to assess and report on environmental, social, and economic impact. GRI provides standards, tools, and training that empower organizations of all sizes to create sustainable long-term value and unlock positive change in the world. So we are going to be dropping the link in the chat room so you can visit their website to also learn more on what they do. Next partner is the SDG Youth Connect. A very big thank you to them for partnering with us on the ASP Summit. The SDG Youth Connect is a global youth-led organization established in 2023 to educate and empower young people to take action towards achieving the United Nations and the SDGs through interactive learning, hands-on projects, and global advocacy. SDG Youth Connect equips the youth with the tools to drive sustainable change. So please head over to their website to learn more on what they do. And lastly, we have Standards and Best Practice. They are a globally recognized certification body that leverages recent technologies to deliver exceptional training and certification programs on various ISO standards and many more. And they take immense pride in empowering professionals and businesses alike, enabling them to achieve excellence in quality management, IT governance, cybersecurity, and other critical areas. So please head over to their website to learn more on what they do. And now it's time to dive into our next session, the SDG panel session 1, themed Policy to Progress, Accelerating SDG Implementation Through Effective Governance. Now, to lead this conversation, we have our moderator, Mrs. Abosede Odulano. I want to believe she's already in the call, who will be steering this panel. So she's going to be taking it up from here. Thank you so much.
Oluwatoyin, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Kindly unmute.
Please kindly confirm you can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. So I'm unable to switch on my video because I think the host might need to enable that. So thank you all very much for today's meeting on the driving sustainable impact through ESG and SDG alignment in Africa. It's a rare privilege to be here today. Thank you to the African Sustainability Perspectives and the partners who are making this a reality. Yes, so for our panel section today, this is going to be the first panel section, and we're going to be looking at policy to progress, accelerating SDG implementation through effective governance. And I'm very sure we are all here to get one or two insights on how we can effectively implement the SDGs through effective governance across our different sectors. All right. Before we begin our conversation, I want us to note that it's important to know that while policies have been designed to accelerate the SDGs, the real question remains, how effectively are they being implemented? And this discussion will be exploring how governance structures, data systems, and collaborative frameworks between the government, private sector, and civil society can drive measurable SDG outcomes. And we have a great lineup of our panelists today who will be joining us in the conversation. I'll be introducing them shortly. So as we approach the final stretch towards 2030, effective governance has never been more critical in shaping policies. It's very important, and it's also very key in ensuring that these policies are not just documents. They are not just things we say, they are not just things we read, but they translate into real measurable progress in our communities. Today, we are joined by a distinguished panel representing different sectors and which are really key in driving sustainable development, from policy frameworks to practical outcomes. I'll be introducing shortly our panelists, and I want us all to welcome them. We can use the chat box to drop in our messages as well. Yes, so join me in welcoming our first panelist, Mrs. Han Ibrahim, the Assistant Director, Head of International Action Plans, SDGs, National Bureau of Statistics, Abuja, who is leading the effort in aligning national development strategies with the global SDG agenda. So we'll be hearing her on this panel, giving us amazing insights into how we can translate policies to progress and how the SDGs can be effectively implemented through governance. Second on the panel section is Professor John Victor Mensah, the Professor of Development Economics, University of Cape Coast, Ghana, who will be bringing a regional academic perspective on economic transformation and inclusive development. Trust me, we are here to get the very best in this section, and we all want us to ensure that we follow through and get the very best. All right, please, before we proceed, I would just like to give a brief on some key insights for this section. We need to remember that effective governance is the bridge between vision and results. Understanding this helps provide direction, and for sustainable development, it helps to determine whether policies stay as documents or they become drivers of real change. Moving on, I'll be directing our first question to Professor John. I just want to confirm if he's on the call. All right. I'll be directing the first question to Professor John, who will be taking us through the insights on governance challenges. Yes, for example, in Nigeria, we have coordination within ministries and states under the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, which has actually improved planning. But in reality, there are still some implementation gaps that still remain in some part of the local government level. So we want to, the first question will be to know what are the most critical governance challenges that are affecting SDG implementation in Africa today? So how can we actually move from policy formulation to measurable SDG outcomes across federal and state levels? So we'd like to know the critical government challenges that are actually affecting these and how we can tackle them across these institutional levels. I'll be directing this to Professor John. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure. And okay, all right. Professor John will be coming on board now. Welcome, Professor Mensah. Kindly confirm you can hear me.
Good morning.
All right, sir. Welcome, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, this Professor John Victor Mensah from University of Cape Coast, Ghana. Yeah, thank you all the participants and the chair, Orlando and Edith, who are spearheading this program. I would like to have a shared, I want to share a screen.
Okay. That's totally fine.
What is that? Well, I think the sharing is having a challenge, so I can speak to the issues. Since I don't have much time, I have just only 10 minutes. Basically, sustainable development goals have been one of the issues that UN put up about 10 years ago, and we are implementing that. We are left with just about 5 years to come to the end of it. But the program tend to look at 13 goals, as we have heard this morning and also elsewhere. But there are 5 P's that come up as far as this program is concerned. So when we look at it,
Yes.
it is people-centered. We are talking about prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. These are critical issues that we cannot ignore. But for me to just concentrate on the governance, I want to play that issue right. So governance basically is the manner in which power is exercised in the management of resources for development of a specified area. And the resources is not only with natural resources, but it cuts across to human, finance, the vegetation that we have, and things like that. So how do we manage these resources? So you could hear about governance that we talk about from the household level up to the global level. So in Ghana, you may have local government, and in the local governance, we are looking at how these institutions, local institutions, are managed in a manner that it can foster or coordinate resources to create wealth. Now, we have national governance. We even have sub-regional governance. So you may be talking about ECOWAS, we may be talking about African Union. And then at the global level, we have the UN trying to put up this governance system for us, and hence the sustainable development goals that we have. But one of the things that we have to consider is that resources that we have, that we need to manage, are not just resources as they are. So Zimmerman says that resources are not, they become. Whatever resources that African states have, or individual member states in Africa have, they need to manage them, harness them, and make sure that They serve the purpose for the people and also for the planet that we reside. And therefore, if we don't manage our resources very well, it is likely to create problems for us. Now, so you can't talk about oceans governance, we can't talk about natural resource governance, we can't talk about water governance, or even the way we mine our sand, the sand that we use for the construction industry. We also need to manage all these resources. What is happened to many African states is that these wells are not well prepared and they are not well managed for the benefit of the people. So most of the time, we destroy our environment, which is to help us to create that kind of wealth in terms of the agriculture sector, in terms of industrial sector, and the services sector. So the agriculture sector, we know that we are not producing much. And even the little that we produce, post-harvest losses take the chunk of it. We take the chunk of it, and then we go around to bring in imported items, which take away much of the scarce foreign exchange earnings that we have. So we are not creating that kind of wealth, even in the agriculture sector. When you come to the industrial sector, we are not adding value. The values that we add are just some few. And you could see that it is not able to feed the nationals of this country. So most of the time, you will observe that our net export is negative. And all this create much pressure on the currencies, the local currencies in Africa that we have. So most of the time you hear about politicians and other people talking about depreciating currencies. These are coming from the fact that we are not adding much wealth. Then we also have the services sector. The services sector is now taking chunk of the sectors of the economy. So the percentages is higher. But what happened is that most of the inputs for the services sector are also import driven. So how can we build our system such that we will not be import dependent, but rather we will be export oriented and also be able to meet the needs of the people in Africa? Now, there are certain things that we have to deal with. And before I go to that, I want to look at the Sustainable Development Report 2025 and draw some key messages that we have. And this is very important. Orlando this morning gave us the one that relates to Africa. But I want to look at the global perspective and see how best Africa or African countries are faring as far as the Sustainable Development Report 2025 is concerned. Now, in this particular report, we have 190 out of 193 UN member states that participated in this particular exercise. And we have what is known as the Voluntary National Review. And in Ghana, Voluntary National Review is coordinated by the National Development Planning Commission. And what we observed that there are 3 nations who did not take part in the 2025 VNR. And these are Haiti, Myanmar, and the United States. It is somehow quite difficult to see why US, for example, did not participate in the program. But for the 190 who took part, and also the scoring that was done, the scoring was based on 167 countries. And we could see that at the global level, the Southeast Asian countries are doing very well as far as that report is concerned. And then we have other countries that have also progressed more rapidly than their peers. For example, when you come to Africa, we have Benin also coming up. We have Nepal, we have Peru, the United Arab Emirates, Costa Rica, and Saudi Arabia. But of critical importance is that the European countries continue to top the HDD index. And we see that Finland ranked first in the year. And out of the 20 countries that are on top, 19 are from Europe. So you see that Africa countries are not coming. But let us see what African countries did. Our best for Africa come from Tunisia, and Tunisia was able to place 66, Morocco 68, Algeria 69, and Egypt 91. These are countries that are at the northern part of Africa, and they are not counted as sub-Saharan Africa countries. But let's see the best sub-Saharan Africa country that performed is Cape Verde, that rank 95. Gabon ranked 103. Now, coming to the bottom, Ghana is somewhere. Ghana, basically, let me look at the place. Ghana ranked 120. We have 166 and we are 120. And then you observe that at the bottom, we have South Sudan. But before South Sudan, we have Mali 148, Uganda 142, Lesotho 143, and South Sudan 169 at the bottom of the 167 that were ranked. So why is it that Africa is at the bottom? Most of the time, you see that we are not putting our resources well. We are not managing ourselves well, and governance issues are terrible. Poor infrastructure comes into play. Meanwhile, we are talking about Africa, that we want to have progress. And for that matter, we have come out with Agenda 2063. This agenda is highly linked to the SDGs, but the Africa 2063 that we are talking about is a 50-year development program, and still we are missing the point. But I have to indicate that if you look at the SDGs, as we saw Orlando bringing the chart, you see that many countries are missing that. And it is very difficult for even one of the countries to achieve all the goals. What is observed is that when it comes to Africa, we say that we are meeting the climate action. And then you go to the economic and social development, we are missing out. And this is what Africa needs to look at seriously. So because of time, my point is that we have to manage ourselves well. The governance system from the household level up to the African level, we have to make sure that we do the right thing. The nation states have to put their acts together and help businesses to go into wealth creation rather than just relying on imports all the time. Import is necessary, but we also need to create and export. If you don't export, you will not get the needed resources to import. As at now, our net export is negative, and it is not the best for us. We have youthful population, but how do we maintain this youthful population and build their capacity? Many of them are out of frustration and other reasons they are going into drugs. So they are coming to hunt us in the future. So we have to make sure that our human beings, our youth, are well harnessed for that. We also need to build infrastructure that will help production, distribution, consumption, and also waste management to do well for us. In all this, we spend a lot of money in Africa importing arms, ammunitions that destroy us due to other poor governance, land conflicts, chieftaincy conflicts, and other type of conflicts. We spend so much of our resources to import ammunition, and I don't think that do well for us. So in our governance system, we all Africans, all member states need to make sure that we build ourselves properly. The Agenda 2063, which is far away, we should harness it to our advantage rather than just missing out. So I want to say that I thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I will be willing to take them up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that deep insight. You really put in a mixed perspective from different sectors, different country examples. And also thank you for reminding us about the Zimmerman's quote that resources are not, they become. Meaning we need to properly harness the resources that we have in our respective countries in Africa. Thank you very much for the profound insights you shared. Very well appreciated. All right. Because of time, we'll quickly move on to the second question, but we are still very much in tune because I'm still coming back to our professor. Yes. Over to Mrs. Han. I'll be directing the second question on data and evidence-based policy. Yes. So the second question is, what role does data and evidence-based policy play in achieving the SDGs, and how can we ensure ESG and ESG reporting and SDG commitments translate into measurable outcomes that improve lives and protect the environment? Take, for example, we have countries like Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, who in one way or the other have youth initiatives that have been coming up with some SDG activities and, contributing to data in one way or the other. So what role does this help in achieving the SDGs, and how can we ensure that ESG reporting and SDG commitment is enhanced and also helps to translate into measurable outcomes? Thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Han.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. A very good it's still morning. A very good morning, distinguished guest participants. It's good to be here. Thank you for having MBS on the call. We're happy to collaborate and have this discussion. For your question, how do we make sure that we use data in achieving the SDGs and, of course, the ESG? that's just paraphrasing your question now. So let me start by just saying the National Bureau of Statistics, like we all know, is the apex National Statistical Office currently in the country that is saddled with the responsibility of providing official statistics. Of course, we do not do this alone. We do it in collaboration with the line MDAs, that's at the federal level, and of course at the subnational level. So we have both a horizontal and vertical approach to the way we engage, to making sure that data is available. We've been talking about policy, governance. I want to just say that the common denominator in all of this is data. There's a phrase that says data is the eye of the policymaker. Without data, you cannot see where you're going. Like, of course, most of us are seeing data is like, when you look at a mirror. Let me use one of the examples I heard the last time. When you look at yourself, the mirror will not tell you a lie, whether your hair is all back or packed the side or wherever. So data is the mirror that would help us to make sure that we're achieving the SDGs or not. So data is very instrumental, and MBS has played that pivotal role in ensuring that we have data, to track the SDGs for Nigeria. So we have done a lot of collaboration and partnership. So going straight to answer your question, I'll answer it from this point, then give you more examples on how we have achieved this. Goal 17 talks about partnership. We did that quiz, and Goal 17 was the first question. So Goal 17 is the goal that ties all the other goals together. We cannot do SDGs in isolation. Before now, of course, during the MDGs era, we didn't have like a baseline to start off. So saying, where are we starting from? How do we measure the progress? But in 2016, we produced what we called a baseline report for the SDGs. And we just collected as much information as possible from different sources, majorly from administrative records. That report had about 126 indicators in it. So that was like our starting point. Then how do we move from there? Before that time, we did a very critical engagement with stakeholders. We developed a framework called the Data Mapping and Responsibility Framework. So that framework helped us to identify all of the SDG indicators and the possible sources of those indicators. We recall that that was the beginning of the SDGs, so we're still trying to understand what the SDGs were, where this data is going to come from. So we did the data mapping, and we identified the agencies from which we're going to get the data from. During that process, there was a lot of consultation, and we found out that, of course, seeing that Nigeria is a very unique country, we had multiple agencies that were supposed to provide data for us. So a lot of consultations were done, and everybody identified to say, no, I will not be able to provide XYZ indicator. I think you should give it to the next agency. I do not want to call any names, and all of that. So that was a very rigorous process, and that helped us to kick off in terms of providing data. During that process, we did a pie chart which showed us that 68% at that time of the data that we needed to track the SDGs was going to come from administrative records. Then, of course, 23 was supposed to come from the surveys which MBS conducts in collaboration with the relevant agency per time. and then 9% of the indicators were going to come from derived sources. So in addition to the data mapping that was done, we also use the SDG e-handbook that provided us more insight in terms of how to work with the derived or the derived SDG indicators to identify what was supposed to be the denominator, and of course what was supposed to be put together. What are the different sources that would need to put together and arrive at that particular indicator? So going on from 2016, where, like I said, we reported 126 indicators. In 2020, before then, that was the year of COVID. We had started collecting information from different sources, and we were able to produce I beg your pardon, a realigned and updated baseline report. And this report had 141 indicators, which were provided, data was provided for. Yes, of course, the increase or the growth in terms of data was not too much, but at least it was a step moving forward. And that was the season of COVID. And we thought, okay, what are we doing differently? How can we engage better? How can we do things better to ensure that data is available? Because we understood that the data is available, but of course it's not in a format that is usable. But we say in MBS, any data is better than no data at all. So we engaged and changed strategy, working closely with the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs. We decided to change the approach. We did a training. So we built capacity for who we call SDG focal points. So we have SDG desk officers across the line, MDAs, and we did a lot of data collection, capacity building, and engagement with them. We developed a template in collaboration with the line MDAs, and that helped us to collect a reasonable amount of data, from the MDAs. But of course, the progress was small, but it was a little progress is better than no progress at all. We did likewise at the subnational level. We engaged and we did a training for them at the subnational level, identified what we call like major MDAs to train and collect data at the subnational level. You and I know that SDGs is about inclusion, it's about leaving no one behind, it's about collecting data as disaggregated as possible. So we needed to showcase the progress that is being made at the subnational level in our report. Currently we have a report that is in a draft format, and we have collected data that is larger than we have actually ever collected ever before. Why? Because we had engaged better, wider, with stakeholders. And then there's this document, just in case we don't know about, the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics. That is like a framework that helps to drive, statistical production in countries. And in that framework, we found out that, of course, we needed to bring the issue of inclusion, the marginalized group, gender, all the IDPs, the elderly and all of that. So it's like, and another very strong point from that document is to engage with the scientific community, to engage better with the private sector, to see how we can collect data, because we know that data exists with the different CSOs. We know that data exists with the private sector. We heard the presenter that spoke about MTN and the dearth of data that is available there. So that handshake has happened and is still ongoing. And we have collected data currently for over 200 indicators right now. We are yet to launch the report. Hopefully the report will be available, would be launched next month. We're hoping that will happen. then what we are also doing is ensuring that this data is accessible to everyone. How? By onboarding the data sets on a dashboard, like an SDG dashboard. So from A4S, from your own point, you can click on the link and look at the data that we have, and even download it and use it for research, for further interrogation, and policy making and all of that. So just to say that this process is it's still ongoing. We're still growing. It's a work in progress, but I believe to an extent, I want to agree that we have really evolved over time, and we need data, of course, to track the SDGs. We have also done something very remarkable at the MBS. We have mainstreamed the most of the SDG indicators in all of our surveys. So it depends on the type of survey that is happening at the current time. We ensure that the SDG related indicator is aligned or integrated into the questionnaire to make sure that at the end of the day, data is available, for users. So that is something that we have done over the years, over time. So basically to say, tracking the SDGs, it's very crucial, it's very important, and of course the backbone that can be used to make sure this happens is the use of data. And we need to continue to engage, with the private sector and all the other stakeholders to ensure that the apathy, the response whenever we go for data collection increases, and of course we are trying to make sure that going forward we are involving stakeholders and engaging better, because we do not want to bring out a data that is not acceptable by everyone. So we're trying to promote transparency, accountability, to ensuring that everybody commits to providing the information that's required from the different MDAs, and ensuring that it is captured in our reporting, making sure that MBS as the one-stop shop, data shop for everyone, um, is living up to its responsibility. So basically, those are my few points. I hope I have given some insight to the work that we're doing. And finally, I just want to add that the narrative is changing in terms of inclusion, because if Nigeria has signed up to the IDC, that is the Inclusive Data Charter, and we're saying that inclusivity is not supposed to be at the back bench anymore. It should be in the front burner, seeing that the SDG is about leaving no one behind. So we have to be very inclusive in everything that we do. So thank you once again for having me on this panel. I look forward to further engagement with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for the amazing insights for the data perspective on how this implementation gap can be bridged. And I like the part of data is the mirror to our progress, which is very key. And we need to have data in a way that it is accessible, in a format that is usable. And we shouldn't just do the standalone thing. We need to collaborate. We know we have different sectors, organizations that are bringing out data. So we need to collaborate to actually ensure that, and inclusivity to ensure that, yes, that this data is actually making and bringing the desired change we want to see. Thank you very much. Due to time, I'll be taking our last question, but this section, I just want two key points, just two answers each from our panelists. 2030 is here, and we know that it's not just about knowing what to do, but how to do it faster and smarter. So what actionable steps can government take, considering the large networks of youth that we have doing one amazing initiatives for the SDGs? Look at the SDSN Youth Nigeria platform. We have IDEF Africa, Youth Movement for SDGs, Mexico Technologies, and several initiatives coming up. So what advices can we give to the youth networks, to institutions, and for government to actually bridge that implementation gap by 2030? I'll direct this first to Professor John, then I would also direct it to Mrs. Han. Over to you, Professor John. So we just want brief answers in like 2-3 minutes each. Thank you. Professor John Mensah, if you can hear me.
Please, your question, I didn't get you well. Am I supposed to do some?
Yes, so in just 2 few points, we want to know the actionable steps that we can advise our large youth networks that are taking initiatives for the SDGs to bridge the SDG implementation gap by 2030, because we know 2030 is here and we need to, do a lot of implementation of our activities, policies, and to ensure that this gap that we are speaking about is bridged over time. So what advice, what actionable steps can we bring on board?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the African states need to build their data sets very well. The data that is used for the SDGs index score, we observe that sometimes it is very difficult to get them on a consistent basis, just as the last speaker talks about. So I know that in Ghana, for example, the National Development Planning Commission and the Ghana Statistical Service try to coordinate this kind of process. And the district assembly, the local government level, I know that various states, various countries, they have different names. But in Ghana, we talk about the municipal, district, and metropolitan assemblies. They have to feed into that particular data set. And this needs to be done consistently. That is why the National Development Planning Commission interact with them. So it's one way of building the data set. Another point is also infrastructure in terms of road connections to various places. Governments of African nations need to make sure that they build their road network very well so that production that takes place in the rural areas can enter into urban spaces and so on. The resources also from urban spaces should be able to move to the rural areas. And in this case, we have to ensure that rural spaces are also developed so that people will not always migrate to the urban areas, causing a lot of congestion and slums condition. Because, we have to have communities or township that are livable, that are secured, that are competitive, and that are capable, so that people can live in their local communities without missing out. Water resources, water that we have, water bodies that we have, I think the governance system should make sure that these waters are protected, the forests are protected. So, for example, in Ghana, the illegal mining that is being done, which is destroying the water bodies and other natural resources, should not be countenanced. And we have to make sure that our youth do not go into such spaces, but there are other economic viable areas that these people can go to. Even if it is farming, let us make it viable. Let us add value to the resources so that it can be of sustainable resource for us, and not that we deplete it within a short time and then we don't get anywhere. So governance system, both at the local level, both at the community level, both at the national and regional levels, sub-regional levels needs to be enhanced. Africa countries need to interact with themselves very well and not always depending on outsiders to come and deal with it. Global connection is good, but we also need to harness our resources and then put our house together. So that is what I will say. Value addition, wealth creation is very critical for us to get to the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Those were really deep insights. Deep insights. Thank you for the educational perspective and insight shared. Thank you. So quickly over to Mrs. Han before we take one or two questions, and then we call it a wrap for
All
this
right.
first panel session. Over to you, Mrs. Han.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Madam Moderator. So for the question you asked, so how can we engage the youth, right? There has to be, we can use IT to do like storytelling. We can storytelling, use social media. Let's showcase what are the success stories, because I see or I've heard about like some youth are planting trees. That is curbing climate action. That is towards, climate action SDG 13. We can use that. Youth can engage with the CSOs more because, they are at the grassroots. Another thing I'm engaging or collaborating with because we have some corpus, youth core members in the office, is we're building teams that are talking about inclusivity and IDC. We can have like at the youth camps have SDG. We have SDG champions. We can now make it SDG or IDC champions at the different youth camps. That talk about what IDC is, what SDGs are, and all of that. We can also have school clubs. So, like we have clubs in school, even from the secondary schools and all of that. We can have those small groups in the schools, that can help us talk about SDGs, like amplify what the SDGs are and all of that. Lastly, I want to talk about engaging, especially at the subnational level, with CSOs, ensuring that whatever data is available, demand that we want to make progress, we want to achieve SDGs. How can we do it at this subnational level? So at that level, the youth are very active and very vibrant. You can use social media and achieve so much. But for me, it would be, what SDG do you like? Which of the SDG appeals to you? Let's start baby steps. Don't take all of them at the same time. Pick one first, then try and dig deep and find out, get more information about it. Use the available data that you have and showcase, what SDGs are. Can even get a small group and just start planting trees in different sections. So planting trees are like the most cheapest things, and also showing on as the social media, letting everyone know that you're doing all of this. So there are different ideas. We can share more later, but just to say, there's a lot we can do. And lastly, I want to talk about citizen generated data. So that's like crowdsourcing. We've been talking about data, data, data. There are still gaps in the SDGs. But when we do like crowdsourcing, it will help us fill in some of these gaps, using IT. Do you understand? So when you get that data, if you can even touch base and say, I am interested in SDG, maybe 3, for example, and I want to look at a particular indicator, but I want to use crowdsourcing to get data for this. Can we talk? You can come to MBS, you can, have some kind of engagement with me. Let's see how we can just do that. Use crowdsourcing. Do you know about SDG 3? Which of the SDG indicators do you, then you pick one, ask a question, collect information. That would help us fill a gap. You're also leaving no one behind and also bringing your quota to the table. So I think there are several ways you can engage, but these are just some of the few examples I have. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mrs. Han. This section has really brought in diverse perspective for the section policy to progress, accelerating SDG implementation through effective governance. And just to do a recap, we need to understand that we to collaborate. We can't be a standalone and expect some gaps to be filled hands in hands with our youth network, with the government level parastatals, with the NGOs, with different implementation of these SDGs, their integration as well. We need to showcase these success stories to know that yes, we are actually making visible progress. And the aspect Professor Mensah also mentioned in regards to developing spaces in rural areas to reduce congestion in urban spaces, which is very, very key and critical. This will help to, enhance their own capacity on that part, and also ensure that the urban spaces are also developing in their own regard. Thank you very much to our amazing panelists. We gained a whole lot of insights. Well, I'm not sure there are questions, but we are really running out of time. So you can drop in your question regardless. So if peradventure can still be addressed before the section runs out, maybe. But thank you very much to our amazing panelists and to everyone that has been a part of this section. So I think, we can call it a wrap now. Thank you very much. Over to you, moderator.
All right. Thank you very much, Oluwatoyin, for a very excellent moderation of this panel session. Thank you very much also to Professor John, and thank you for Mrs. Ann for sharing your thoughts with us on this session. And it's been very insightful. Of a truth, we still have so much work to do, and getting the youth, getting the youth involved and everybody involved is very crucial at this point, because protection of the environment, the planet, and everything around, even ESG, concerns every one of us. So thank you very much. If you do have your questions, please put in the chat room, and we will attend to your questions in the chat room, because we're running behind time. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we would be taking our third keynote speech for this summit, and I'll be introducing the keynote speaker, the third keynote speaker that we have today, a very distinguished individual, and he will be speaking on true ESG, or the appearance of ESG, advancing authentic practices in Nigeria, in the person of Mr. Dapo Omolade. Mr. Dapo is a seasoned HSC and project management expert with over 24 years of experience across diverse sectors. As CEO of Hybrid Group Limited, he leads operations in Nigeria, Ghana, and the UK, providing ISO systems, safety, and sustainability solutions. He is also the founder of the DOME Initiative, a social enterprise promoting safety education. He is a certified international trainer and member of multiple HSC bodies. He holds a NEBOSH certification in MBA and certifications and MBA and advanced training in HSC leadership from Harvard. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Mr. Dapo on the call. And thank you very much, Mr. Dapo, for joining us. Please confirm if you can hear me, and you can take it over from here.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear, please.
All right. Thank you so very much. Good morning from Ghana. I'm presently in Accra and very glad to be here on this call. What a day we have had. The last 2 hours have been unbelievable. I have to say, if anybody is missing this today, you are missing a gold mine of knowledge. Thank you for the previous speakers. And I think my work is so easy right now because the good foundation has been laid. So I'll just try to put a few things on that. I don't know if I can share my video. I'm trying to do my video, but it looks like I can't. But that's fine. I'll try and share my slide for my conversation in the next couple of minutes. Let me confirm you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Oh, thank you. Fantastic. All right. So thank you so very much once again. So good to be here. Right. So let me say a big thank you to my friend, my brother, Dr. Orlando, for putting this together. For record's sake, myself and Orlando should have been together now for about maybe roughly about 38 years that we have been together, right from when we don't even know exactly what we are doing up until when now we can see some very good future collaboration. So thank you so much for putting this together. And to the previous speakers and the panelists, this has been very good. Thank you so much. True ESG or the appearance of ESG. And when I saw this topic, I had to laugh out first because it's been very well crafted to give us a sense of what is happening in our space, especially in Nigeria, or maybe we put it in a very good way in Africa, since we are still talking about the Africa perspective. And a few times I've had conversation around this, and I've always said that part of what has defined us in Africa, in Nigeria, is our governance. And I think the prof did a whole lot about that, because talking about corruption or talking about not being ethical or basically not, excuse me, basically not saying the truth the way it has been or the way it should be. This has negatively affected Nigeria and Africa in a very bad space. And part of what we are struggling to achieve within the SDG goals still can be found within the foundation of our not being straightforward, if I have to put that in the right way, because there's always an attempt for us to pretend to be what we are not. And the ESG framework, or what has come to our space, has also been one of the things that we are trying to accept, but at the same time telling some unnecessary lies and trying to pretend to be achieving what we are not achieving. And this is what I can tell very quickly has also, has been a stumbling block and a big barrier to our advancement, to our acceptance, to adoption of sustainability and ESG. And I'll just put a few flesh to this introduction, because this is what I think we need to understand, especially for all of us on this call. No matter who you are, I think you should stand in a pivotal position to be one of the leaders, one of the not pioneers, if I want to say, but people who should be at the forefront of driving what we are looking at here. So no matter what space you belong to in your workplace, you need to consider yourself as one of those that must make a decision to advance what we should call the authentic practices. We can no longer have what looks like the appearance, because the appearance can be very deceptive. What we need is the authentic. What we need is the truth of what ESG practices should be and what we should have in Nigeria. So the objectives, basically, I'll look at the gap between the truth, the genuine ESG practices, and what I would call superficial compliance, because that's also where we are driving ESG to in Africa. And if you're looking at African perspective, we have to move away quickly from this compliance, because legal people understand what compliance means, and a whole lot of time it gives room for a whole lot of falsification, checklist, ticking the box just because we want to show compliance. We can tick the box and yet we are going to be poor. We can tick the box and yet we are not achieving any of the SDG goals. Orlando mentioned that in the introduction this morning, of what the figure says about where we are in the world concerning the achievement of the SDG goals and everything we have said for ourselves. But I think if you look at it from the African perspective, it's even more scary, because there's a lot of attempts to tick the box and to comply rather than to leave it the way it should be and create the impact that we need. So I'll look at the challenges that organizations and government are facing and hopefully be able to inspire adoption of what I think is the authentic, verifiable ESG strategies that should drive and our sustainable national development. A bit of the context. So, I mean, this will help us from what we can see. And today, I've also heard that in one of the conversation, where African states, and if you read the sustainability report, especially from the African perspective, you will see, what has been said concerning us and the growth and the business growth and development, especially from Africa in the next 5 years. But Africa still holds 30% of the world mineral reserves and 60% of arable land. And then you are wondering why we are where we are today. That's in the UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program 2024. Despite this natural world, many African nations will still face poverty, energy, and climate challenges. We cannot overemphasize this. And I think this must be at the bottom of why Orlando and the rest of the crew are looking at the African perspective. What do we need to do? The continent stands at a crossroad between growth and depletion, and it's a big one, and we can tell the story. Look at the records that is really harassing us right in our faces. We are really in a place where we can no longer talk about ESG as something superficial. It's something we need to do now. For Africa, sustainability is no longer a luxury, and the keynote speaker this morning mentioned that very well. It's a survival strategy for us now in Africa. And I think in Nigeria, it is a survival strategy. Maybe in Ghana, I play a lot in Ghana. That's why I'm in Ghana presently. It's something we need to do right now. And when you say survival strategy, then if you don't embrace it, you may just be going out of extinction. And you may go into extinction and out of survival. ESG offers practical framework for long-term inclusive development and prosperity. We need to embrace it. So we say it is no longer if Africa should act or if Nigeria or Ghana should act, but how fast we need to do this. And I want to say this very clearly. We need to do this before it gets too bad. I think we must, if I must say, I think we are at the crisis level in Africa right now with respect to all the situation happening around us. Look at the SDG goals, all the 17 together, you will see very clearly that we are at a crisis position. So we need a doctor. And I think the doctor we need is part of this summit for us to begin to understand what we need to do and how fast we need to move. It's very interesting that in the course of a few work I've done in this space, I know about the Agenda 63, which interestingly, I don't know, some of us are aware, they were at the conference some time ago in Tanzania, and one of the keynote speakers did mention this and challenge people. How many people know about the Agenda 63? And we could not have 5% in the audience. Oh, how many of you know about the SDG, 17 SDG goals? And almost everybody in the hall raised their hands. Let me tell you the sad reality of this. The Agenda 63 came up, I think, around January 2015, 9 months before the SDG goal were also established. 9 months before the 54 African countries came together on the Agenda 63. But up until now that we are speaking, even before the prof mentioned it, it's possible that most of us on this call do not even understand that there have been an attempt by the African countries to do what SDG Go is asking us to do right now. Yeah, you may say it's a 50 years long-term event, but we are not even aware of it. We do not know that this has been on the front burner, even for African countries, since 2015 January. So it tells the story how we do not embrace what belongs to us in Africa and we chase what is global, living what we need. And this is the reality of the superficial nature of our ESG or sustainability right now. Because what addresses us or what we should be looking at as Africa, Nigerian, and Ghana, we are not. We are looking at what we just want to let people think we are good to be seen. You want to appear to be seen very well. Meanwhile, right at the bottom of it are decays, and things that are not right, but you want people to see you as being good. Like we say in Africa, charity begins from home. So if we are not taking it from home, then we are really in trouble. And this is uncomfortable truth about Nigerian, but it's okay because Ali, we have things in place. But what you can see here, which I want to emphasize, is the challenge. Hundreds of companies claim ESG commitment. I do this around and I hear people say, oh yes, no, this is the next thing that is on the front burner. This is the trend. I mean, a client spoke to me some time ago and said, that's seen this ESG is something. We also need to be seen as being good, though. We need to put this in place. And this is a company that is still struggling to even implement health and safety at the basic level. Struggling to implement health and safety at the basic level, but they want the world to see that, oh, the trend right now is what is ESG. That's saying you need to set up something for us because ESG, we also must show people that we are happening. We must show people that it is happening in our organization. Meanwhile, they are not even embracing basic aspect of health and safety yet. So this is the situation. Few companies show independent, verified ESG data. I check and I know a few of them, and I'm happy MTN Ghana started this conversation this morning through the keynote speaker. And in Nigeria, you can see the same thing. I'm not sure we can count 10 of them. In fact, as a matter of fact, the data I saw actually claim about 5 or 6, companies that are showing independently verified ESG data in an economy like Nigeria. And that's a big challenge. And that also tells the story of where we found ourselves in the sustainability performance globally, as released by the 2025 Sustainable Development Report. So the question here is, are we building sustainable systems or sustainable narratives? Because narratives can be very interesting, but are they actually structures and systems that we are building, or we are just in our mind letting people think we are doing something? Those are narratives we need to get down. And if you see what has been adopted as phase 1 to phase 4, even from the Nigerian system, you will understand that there's a whole lot that still need to be done, even though the structure is being provided by the government. And I think Orlando also mentioned that because sustainability without government system, without government backing it up, is a big joke. We are not going to get there. So just for the sake of some of us that may be hearing these words, buzzwords, and you're wondering, ESG, ESG, I've just put this there for us to be able to just trace back, because I don't want to assume that over 200 people here all understand what ESG is, because we are all coming into this space. However, of importance to me here is the frameworks of ESG. What does it what is it out to do? The environmental, the social, and the governance. The small video that was shown to us the other time talked about what is happening within the social space. Governance, there's failure, social and environmental. I remember many years ago when this word came in, and I was doing my master's degree in the 90s and early 2000, and I had the word sustainability. I was like, what exactly does this mean? And you will find out that for many years, sustainability was driven as environmental issue rather than the other aspect of it that really give it the substance. You have people talking about sustainability, and the only thing that comes to their head is, are we planting trees? Are we protecting the environment? Now we can all see that issues of governance, issues of social, the communities, the relationship, the people have become they have always been there, but now they are very well emphasized. because that's what gives us the full, complete scope of what ESG is all about. So ESG framework help connect profit to purpose and performance to ethics. If there's no profit connection to purpose and performance that you are showing to ethics, you are not talking about ESG. You are just giving the narrative of what you think you want to have. I just put this also there to let us see the SDG goals and how the ESG function within this space. And I'd like to tell you here, there's nothing within the 17 ESDG goals that sustainability SDG goals that ESG do not have input into. They may not be the same, but you can use the ESG framework to measure, to determine, to show performance and relevance of all the 17 SDG goals. And that's what you see here. So the E, the S, and the governance, they play within the 17 in different ways. And if you go to their interpretation, you will very clearly see how they all function within it. African context, very important. In the African context, ESG principle must reflect that this is going to be the fulcrum of my conversation this morning. ESG principle must reflect the continent's developmental needs that prioritizes social impact and climate resilience alongside financial returns, not just the Western models of what? Of compliance and checklist. If Africa must have impact on the populace, on the people, and on the continent as a whole, we must go out of compliance and checklist and think about how does this really translate to our developmental needs, to our social impact in the society, and the climate resilience in addition to our financial returns. That's business discussion. So ESG in Africa is more about addressing our immediate local realities like poverty, infrastructural gaps, the prof mentioned that, and climate vulnerability. We can no longer shy away from this because it is the truth. So Africa's unique ESG lens must reflect local realities and flavors. What does this mean to Nigeria or Ghana? And not just imported frameworks that we are struggling to meet and is giving us opportunity to tell the lies because we want to appear to be good. Meanwhile, we are suffering everything. So Africa must see and accept ESG as a business enabler, not a compliance burden. It's not to check, to click, or to tick the box. It has to be something that enables us. And that's the lens from which we must be seeing this. You know, this is a very small slide that I just wanted to show. And when the prof was talking, I was just like, oh my God, interestingly. And look at what we have in African and Nigeria performance presently. Over 167 in Africa. The first is 66. And you see all of them, they're not African plus Cape Verde. And 4 out of the first 100 out of 160. So you can tell the African story where we are. And within the sub-Saharan countries where majority of the audience on this call will belong to, the first is Gabon 103, Ghana 120, Nigeria 147. There are some in between Gabon and the Central African Republic 166. This will tell you very quickly that Africa has a whole lot of catching up to do. And that's why I said before that it's no longer if we are going to, it's how fast do we need to run right now before the crisis become too much for us to bear. So our current state, ESG adoption is gaining traction. Yes, we have to say that as much as we want to encourage and motivate ourselves. South Africa leads in the mandatory ESG disclosure. Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana are showing emerging corporate sustainability commitments. SMEs and public, that's the PIEs, public institutions, entities, they are lagging behind due to capacity and reporting gaps, data scarcity, and thank you for the NBS director that spoke about data scarcity, inconsistent framework that hinder us to even compare. And then investors are coming into Africa and they are demanding measurable performances in our ESG. And this source is from PwC 2024 report. So what is authentic and what is performative, which is what people are putting together. Performative ESG announce every initiative loudly, and you can see there on our social media. Some of them greenwashing and telling us something that are not true, you know. But if the authentic must be, then you must measure first, announce later, keep your data growing, make your announcement later. Like they say, let that performance be with you and then show your report later. But here, you see every initiative announcement, reporting aspirations as achievements. This is what we aspire to do, and that suddenly becomes your achievement, and you're letting people think you're achieving something. Report only verified outcomes. That is authentic ESG. They use vague terms that make it difficult for us to even know what they're talking about. They make it so vague that you cannot pinpoint what they have actually done. What is the impact to the society? What's your community saying about it? Use specific and verifiable metrics. They publish what looks good and appears very colorful. But in the authentic one, we must publish what is quantifiable and transparent in areas you do not have data yet. Let them know, here I don't have the data, not generalizing everything as if it's correct. One-off project for PR, systematic integration and tracking your systems. And of course, there's no baseline data to compare with, but here you must do year-on-year measurable improvement. If you heard the keynote speaker this morning, she talked about what MTN has done in the last few years and where they are and where they want to be in the nearest future. So the integrity principle is what makes it authentic. And what does that say? If you can't measure it, don't claim it. If you can't quantify it, be transparent with why. Tell us, this is what I'm doing right now, and this is the reason. That is the principle we need to be authentic. I'll be rounding up in the next 4 minutes. Voluntary ESG reporting in Nigeria. No mandatory verification requirements until 2028, according to our A4S that we have just developed the roadmap. Slow movement towards corporate sustainability due to insufficient mandatory requirement. The news here is that it's going to become mandatory very shortly. If you are doing voluntary reporting right now, you are helping your system to grow. The recurring pattern that we see is beautiful sustainability websites plus zero baseline environmental audit. Awards are given without independent verification process of what you have achieved. Companies self-report without external check. So whatever you put forward there, this is a trend going on in Nigeria. And I don't think this is so far from what is also going on in Africa. So this is the tough question we must ask ourselves. If your ESG claims as an organization, as government, is audited or were audited with the same rigor and scrutiny as your financial statement, are you going to face prosecution? Question to ask yourself. Let this be your guiding light as you embrace ESG, because we do not take chance when we are publishing our financial statement that we are doing it. The reason is there are people who are looking at those figures to say yes or no. But are we having the same thing, the same effort to bring out our ESG claims? Let that be a question to guide you. If you cannot put the two together on the same benchmark, you may just be falsifying and be having an appearance of ESG rather than having what? The authentic one. Governance. I won't talk about this again because the prof mentioned this very well, because that's where everything sits. Governance, the way we manage the resources. The prof said, he said, the way all our resources are being managed. Look at the wealth of resources in Africa. How are we managing? How are we translating them to benefits, to prosperity for our people? That is where we are, and that's where the silent G in that ESG, which again can be an untouchable place for many organizations, even as they drive towards ESG. So the principle is you cannot have environmental or social integrity without governance integrity. If governance is weak, every other thing you are claiming in your ESG is a suspect. Whatever you are claiming in your ESG is a suspect if your governance structure is weak. Again, that's another litmus test. Put it together. If you cannot show strength in your governance, you are only joking and deceiving yourself. All you are putting forward is what appears to be, but not the authentic ESG reporting. This is the anatomy of what I call honest ESG. And you can say it. I mean, you can compare this to the iceberg principle and then look at all the things that are in the bottom of it. Before you tell us this is your metric, what are your material impacts? What measurable targets do you have? How are you implementing and tracking? What impact calculation result do you have? Are you actually honestly reporting it? Are there systems that are helping you to do continuous improvement? If these are not at the bottom, as the 80% that determines the 20% at the top, then you are not authentic. It's an appearance of ESG that we are putting forward. A few Africans ESG success story, just so that it doesn't look so gloomy that we're not doing anything. Some organizations have stepped forward and they are leading, and I could just mention a few ones here. From Dangote, I was speaking to one of their top guys just last week. In the plan, they now have what they call sustainability week of Dangote, where they come in to show and tell the story of what they are doing, that sustainability. MTN is there, and I'm sure we got that in the morning during the keynote speech. Kenya also is moving seriously towards renewable resources, which we can see from what World Bank has published. Rwanda, of course, is right there as a global pioneer of banning plastic bags. Lagos State in Nigeria has also taken some steps to ban single-use plastic to make sure that we can move forward. And of course, South Africa, being a regional leader in ESG-linked financial disclosure. We have some good stories also coming from Africa, but the number is too small. So we need to do more in order for us to achieve goal. What are the challenges as a roundup? Weak enforcement. And we need this to be, we need a whole lot to do to make sure that our laws are enforced. Limited data and inconsistent sustainability reporting. Short-term profits as a focus for many organizations beyond long-term impact that they should have. Low ESG literacy among SMEs and local government. I was sharing in another presentation some time ago, and I said a whole lot of organizations in Nigeria or Africa, let me use Nigeria where I know, declare profits at the end of the year, which actually is not the actual profit, because some of those profits have been declared even when all their sustainability indicators are at the bottom, they are south, but they are declaring profit. So it's not actually the profit that you are declaring, it's because it's so short term, and that's what you are showing everybody. Need for harmonized framework across African nations. The Agenda 63 should help us to do this if we all embrace it in Africa, because it still cuts across the SDG goals, but it makes it our own and to reach out to the impact that we need in our community. Our solutions will include loads of education. The African sustainability perspective is talking about 50,000 in the next 5 years. And I really support, and I think we should all latch onto that goal and support this initiative, because we need education to move forward. Leadership commitment, regulatory enforcement, digital transformation. What's the way forward? We need to have enhanced ESG transparency in Africa and Nigeria, standardized metrics, verification ecosystem, public databases that are accessible to people, legal consequences for violations, and of course, there should be a lot of partnership. A professor was on this call today. We need academia and the industry to partner in order to generate a whole lot of transparency for ourselves. And of course, this is about education and human capital development that we need. We need to do this if we must achieve it. Local researches, empowerment, education, and all of that to make it good for us, and then collaborate between every stakeholders, the NGOs, the academia, the industry, with government leading the whole conversation for that. So just to round up this, as a small business as well, we started our own journey about 5 years ago, trying to push sustainability as part of what we do in our own little space. And if you go to our organization now, we are working strongly to eliminate bottles as part of what we also generate in the business. About 3 years ago, we went into energy transition in our head office in Lagos, and I can tell you that gave us almost 35% of what we saw in our energy usage. In my business now, I can tell you this year, I think I've only bought diesel like twice in the whole year. This is what I used to buy every year, 2,000, every month, 2,000 liters of diesel every month. This year, only twice I bought diesel. Not because I'm not doing business even bigger, but because I've put in renewable energy to sustain the business. Now, a lot of human capital development activities going on. Over 40% of our staff are female. We are very intentional about it, and some of them even leading key processes in the business. We subscribed ourselves to EcoVadis. That is another sustainability ESG template, from Europe. And today, we are happy that we are being rated, and we are continuing to push our bands to get to where we should be, looking at all the ESG component of ES and the governance. And of course, moving a lot of our training to virtual to prevent us, doing a lot of paper printing, energy usage, and all of that. And our future goal is to launch a third-party certified sustainable report in the coming years. Everyone can do this. Either you're an SME or you're a big gun. You only need to be intentional and get it done. So in conclusion, Nigeria stands at the crossroad. ISSB mandatory compliance begins in 2028. Are you ready for this? The choice is yours. The path A that you should consider is to continue the theater. Keep claiming everything, measuring little. By 2028, we are going to find out when the enforcement begins. Wait for 2028 mandate, then start scrambling to survive. It might be too late for you. Risk, international investor will demand proof that you cannot provide. How are you going to get it? And finally, the result is you are going to lose credibility, you are going to lose capital, you will lose opportunity for expansion, and then you are not going to be sustainable. But part B is our advice. Lead African transformation. Start measuring now, even if it is small. Build verification system progressively, subject it to others to verify for you. Report honestly with integrity, acknowledge your gaps and what you need to close out. What do you get from this? You will become a trusted organization and an investment destination. Above all, sustainability in Africa will become a reality where impact to the people will be our goal, reduction in poverty will disappear, and then we begin to enjoy what resources we have been endowed with. Thank you very much for having me. I hope I've been able to stir up some conversation in our minds so that as we go out of this event, we'll begin to do the right thing, not an appearance of ESG. God bless you. Thank you.
This is very profound. Your speech, your keynote address was very profound. I mean, my note is filled up. I would just take a few things, a few takeaways from what you've said. Indeed, the ESG principle must reflect the continent's development goals, and Africa's unique ESG lens must reflect our local realities and flavors, and not just imported frameworks. Profound. And you also said, I mean, I agree with you on this, that for that break in transmission. So I hope I'm audible now. Please, can someone confirm? Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Dapo, for your very profound address. And like I was saying, I was going through the chat room and I saw all the conversation going on, and I really appreciate the engagements we have in the chat room, and I share in all your thoughts. Okay, so without waste of time, we will proceed to the next on the agenda. So we'll quickly take quickly talk about the rest of the partners that we have for this program. We have the SDSN Youth Connect. Please kindly share the link in the chat room. We can easily follow their website and read up more. They are a global youth-led organization established in 2023 to educate and empower young people to take action towards achieving the SDGs. And we also have Training Height. Training Height is a certified professional training provider specializing in Cisco, VMware, and the likes. They are renowned for excellence in professional development, and they equip individuals and organizations with technical and managerial skills needed to enhance performance and drive innovation. We also have PSE. They are a leading IT firm, and they provide expert business advisory and technology solutions and IT governance, risk, and compliance services. So feel free to follow their website or visit their website to learn more about their services. Okay, so I would rather want to share a good news here before we take the last panel session for today. Earlier on the program, Dr. Orlando talked about the good news that we have in stock for everyone. And the first good news is we have, we mentioned earlier before we took the first panel session, the SMBP, who are our partners, one of our partners for this program. So we have, or they have given us free opportunity to take a sustainability champion course. So we would send the link to everyone who have registered for this program to be able to take the course and get their certification, or take the exam and get the free certification course. Okay, and then we have free training on ESG, which is coming up in the month of December. However, for the sake of in the spirit of SDG, we're offering discounts to the general public, and this discount is valid until November 17th. So for the corporate body, we have 50% discount, and for individuals, we have 70% discount. The original cost of the training is 500,000, but we have discount for the different categories. And of course, for our students, okay, both in Nigeria and Ghana and beyond, we have 90% discount for the students. So feel free. We'll put the link in the chat room, and these are the cost implications. All right, so we'll share this again and send it to everyone's email, so you can feel free to take part or benefit from this. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the next panel session, and it is a pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of this last session, in the person of Esther Otoibi. She is the Sustainability Executive of A4S. So Esther, are you on the call? Please take it over from here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Edith, for that session. And please, a round of applause once again for Dr. Dapo. That was a very insightful session. And of course, a big shout out to all of our speakers. They've done amazing well from Dr. Orlando down to the Chief Corporate Sustainability Officer for MTN Ghana. Really, really amazing presentation. And I'm sure that you've definitely learned quite a number of things from this summit. So you could just quickly go to the chat room and let me know your key takeaway from this sessions that you have been following. So this session is speaking mainly to ESG, and I have with me an amazing collection of speakers, and I would be introducing them shortly. And so I have with me today Dr. Aderonke Adeyide, I don't know if I got that pronunciation correctly, ma'am. If I did not, please do well to correct me. She currently serves as the chairperson of the FBG Business Committee at Lagos Chambers of Commerce and Industry, one of our strategic partners, and she's an active member of the Association of Telecommunications Companies of Nigeria, a passionate advocate of women empowerment, and has led initiatives through Zontel International and Dundee International Women Center. She's the CEO and the founder of Commercial Limited and a leading IT solution company in Nigeria, providing hardware, cloud, and security services. With over 20 years of experience in business strategy and client management, she has made a significant contribution to the Nigerian ICT and sustainability sector. Please, can you give out a round of applause? Moving on, we have Mr. Bongo. So, Mr. Bongo, I'm sorry, you're going to have to forgive me. I know I apologize in advance. You're still going to have to forgive me again. Mr. Bongo Wiltu Sonti is the Regional Program Director for GRI Africa. Through GRI's program, he has guided enterprise across the continent towards sustainable practices using GRI reporting methodologies with the goal of promoting transparency and achieving positive economic, social, and environmental impact. He previously saw plug and play tech center innovation management practice and sustainability investment in sub-Saharan Africa. Bongo serves on the board of directors for Com University, a bridging education platform for at-risk youth in South Africa, and is a director of Trash Pirate, an environmental management company that has been supporting some of South Africa's biggest events to become environmentally sustainable and earth conscious for over a decade. I believe I should be getting a round of applause. And lastly, we have Mr. Samuel Efosa Austin. He is a digital economist and tech visionary building Africa's new economy through verified data and sustainable innovation. He leads Eco Africa Technology Leadership Academy and Tech for Good Africa, pioneering models that redefine growth beyond traditional GDP metrics. His work focuses on community-driven data system, digital leadership, and sustainable economic transformation. Samuel is passionate about shaping an Africa where technology-verified data and leadership drives inclusive prosperity. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? And today our topic is ESG and corporate leadership, driving authentic impact in Africa. If you paid attention to Dr. Dapo's session, you will see how he broke down greenwashing, the appearance of ESG, and really doing the work. And I'm sure that this session would be doing justice to that. But before we go into the Q&A session, I would love to invite Dr. Aderonke Adeyigbe to present a 10-minute conversation where she would be addressing and dealing with this topic from a leadership perspective. Mrs. Aderonke, Mr. Aderonke, are you on the call?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Please. Can you hear me? So
yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Aderonke Adeyigbe. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctorate degree holder. But thank you very much for having me. It's a privilege to be here today to share insights on the intersection between sustainability, governance, and inclusive growth in Africa. The Lagos Chamber that I represent on this panel is Nigeria's foremost business advocacy institution, the champion in private sector growth and economic development. LCC plays a vital role in fostering an enabling environment for trade, for investment and innovation, and they bridge the gap between government, industry, and society. As you're well aware, I'm sure that many of us know that the Lagos Chamber, comprises of diverse sectoral groups. And through the initiatives of these sectoral groups, we are committed to promoting responsible governance, digital transformation, and inclusive economic opportunities that empower businesses, women, and young entrepreneurs and professionals. And all this is to aid the Africa as a continent, African continent, to evolve into a very strong and vibrant economy. Our continent stands at a pivotal moment where technology, policy, and purpose must converge to address long-standing structural gaps. And today I'll be speaking on this topic, especially as the Sustainable Development Goals aids governance and inclusive growth. I'd like to take a look at how inclusive governance is to achieving SDGs, especially SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and of course, SDG 17, partnership for goals. So we see that to be effective, the private sector and government with the civil society must operate in tandem. And at the LCCI, we have facilitated governance awareness and training programs across the sectoral groups. For example, this year, our PPG, the Professional Practice Group, targeted at business leaders, SMEs, and governance stakeholders, held several sessions on corporate governance. And this demonstrates that governance is not merely a compliance exercise, but a strategic enabler of growth. And these governance structures include women and SMEs, with impacting and enabling small businesses to create jobs. We also work with the financial to strengthen SME governance and the frameworks in small enterprises, governance training. If you take a look at digital tools across Africa and Nigeria especially, it is improving, digital tools are improving service delivery, increasing transparency, and combating corruption. Blockchain, for example, enhances land registration in Lagos especially, and financial accountability. Artificial intelligence detects irregularities in public expenditure and also improves efficiency, whilst cloud technologies can enhance data access, disaster recovery, and inclusiveness in administration. As a leading private sector platform, we are aware that we hold enormous potential in accelerating Africa's SDG agenda. Businesses bring capital, innovation, and operational agility, but this must be matched by governance, accountability, and collaboration. The LCC, for example, joined the call to scrap import duties on solar equipment. And this is how, it's a reflection of how the private sector can influence policymaking to improve sustainable energy access and infrastructure. When this aligns, you find that national development priorities and inclusive governance can grow not only the Nigerian economy, but the African economy by extension. And you take a look at Africa's journey towards sustainable governance, and it's often hindered by fragmented policies, weak institutions, and funding limitations. How do we overcome these limitations? I was in the session earlier when Dr. Dapo was talking about harmonizing regulatory frameworks. If this is done, it will attract innovation-driven investments. From our experience at the Lagos Chamber, we would also like to comment on the fact that compliance is not the issue. It's a lack of awareness about the benefits of implementing or aligning with SDG goals. So if government comes up, for example, with tax credits or grants, this might encourage SMEs to take more interest in the positive impact that the SDG goals can have on their businesses. So in that line, I think it's important that there's a public-private partnership, between government and the private sector, so that we can identify how to keep on encouraging the SMEs to adopt and align with the SDG goals. Another major challenge, and I think we can leverage on technology here, is leveraging on data and metrics. What we cannot measure, we cannot improve. We all know that data is the new oil, and data, and governance go hand in hand. So we believe that across Africa and Nigeria especially, we must build integrated systems, linking government, private sector, and civil society data sources together to track SDG performance effectively. At LCCI, our ISO 9001-2015 certification is active, and we call internally for quality management systems, which reflects emphasis on metrics and processes. So for businesses and institutions to align with this, key indicators such as gender, diversity, SME growth, energy reduction, governance, compliance, all this data gathering helps to demonstrate the impact of SDG goals. Now, I'd like to talk about aligning governance reforms with sustainability and equity. Governance reform must embody sustainability, not just in environmental terms, but in ethical leadership, gender inclusion, transparency, and resilience with accountability. The Lagos Chamber sustainability is embedded in our governance model from promoting gender. And these efforts reflect gender equality, SDG 5, and climate action. For Africa, aligning governance with sustainability means adopting policies that balance economic growth with social equity and environmental stewardship. And this would mean for us, a change from our normal style of leadership. Leadership has to be transparent, participatory, and adaptive to change. I'm highlighting here some relevant SDG for your reference. I don't know if you can see the screen clearly. Some of the SDGs and what they stand for, from quality education to affordable and clean energy, to peace, justice, and strong institutions. That's SDG 16. How do we align governance reforms with sustainability equity for women and SMEs particularly? We realize that governance reform must embody sustainability, not only in environmental terms, but in equity, gender inclusion, and support for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. One of the most promising pathways to sustainable impact is when women-led businesses, for example, are integrated as core actors in the digital economy, especially within the African continental free trade area that is slowly evolving. At the LCCI, our internal governance model emphasizes fair employment practices, gender balanced leadership, and upskilling of programs. We also enable young entrepreneurs. We do actually have a sectoral group that's focused on young entrepreneurs, young business owners, and they also participate in the tech value chain, not only within the chamber, but with the ecosystem in Lagos. Within the broader African context, inspired by LCC's advocacy, we find that renewable energy is taking front burner. A lot of growth has come in that space, and the Lagos Chamber itself is actually adopting this. At the headquarters in Victoria Island, I'd say that maybe about 40 to 50% of the energy generated is from solar, and this is still work in progress. Promoting access to clean energy and off-grid solutions, such as solar power systems that we've had at the chamber, can lower operational costs for other SMEs and enhance business resilience. Deploying solar managed micro data centers and hybrid power solutions can reduce reliance on diesel, lower costs, and support 24/7 uptime. I would advise that many SMEs consider solar as a power source for their businesses. And by combining renewable energy with governance and innovation, we can build infrastructure that's not so powerful, but sustainable. So in conclusion, Africa's sustainable growth will not come from isolated efforts, but from collaboration and bridges formed between government, business, and citizens. If we're to realize the SDGs by 2030, our governance structures must be inclusive, our policies forward-thinking, and our actions data-driven. At the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are committed to this journey, leveraging on technology, partnerships, and innovation to drive Africa's transformation. Together, we can build a future where governance empowers and sustainability endures. Thank you very much.
Esther, are you there? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Such an insightful presentation. I'm sorry I lost my co-host access and I'm not able to turn on my camera, but that was so insightful. Please, if you have your questions, just drop them in the chat box and we would be able to attend to it during the Q&A session. Please give a round of applause to Mrs. Aderonke. Such an amazing presentation. So let me so that our next speaker is Mr. Bongo. I know he's going to be here in a couple of minutes to properly pronounce his name and share his insight with us. So with a round of applause, can we please welcome Mr. Bongo, even representing GRI Africa, that's the Global Reporting Initiative Africa region, to come speak with us. Mr. Bongo, are you here? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thanks so much, Esther. And no worries at all on my name. I know it tends to dribble quite a few people. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bongoloetu Sonti from the GRI Africa Hub, but I'm fine with Bongo. And yeah, thanks so much to A4S, to Dr. Odejide, to Edith, and to you, Esther, for providing the opportunity today, and also for providing such an amazing platform. I think from the keynotes in the morning to the past discussions, especially the insights that were provided by Prof. Mensah, Dr. Dapo, as well as Ms. Adiegbe. There was quite a lot of insight, so my job is quite well cut out. I'll touch on the perspective of how standards and regulatory frameworks can really help drive a culture of authenticity, authentic practices across Africa when it comes to ESG. As GRI Africa, our mission is focused on promoting responsible business practices, transparency, as well as accountability across the continent. So we welcome any opportunity to contribute and engage to conversations that help move the needle forward. Currently, we're working with two programs. We've identified the problem that there is really a lack of awareness rather than a lack of action, a lack of support in adoption. So we've taken it upon ourselves together with our partners, SECO as well as CEDA, to establish two programs focused on SMEs, helping them to enhance market competitiveness and resilience, as well as achieving long-term growth, and that's in helping them to integrate sustainability and therefore start measuring and disclosing their impacts. So as I said, a lot has been talked about in the keynotes, but I wanted to reflect on a few experiences and a few things I've seen working within the space supporting enterprises. And when we talk to a lot of corporate leaders across Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, we always hear the same phrase, with increasing frequency, increasing enthusiasm, we're committed to ESG, we're committed to sustainability. However, in most of these cases, we find that this commitment, as Dapo highlighted, does not come with authenticity. Usually, as we've seen in various reports, some companies take this on as a marketing and branding exercise and land themselves in hot water where they found to be greenwashing. And really, there's been too many of these in various forms across history in Africa where we are presented with a facade of sustainable principles by corporate, but rather their actions, especially on the social aspects, do not reflect those aspirations. So the truth really is that ESG practices are not just a peripheral business strategy. They're really central into how capital is accessed nowadays. They're really central into how stakeholders trust as well as communities provide companies with a social license. And they're really central to creating lasting value. Because I think when you establish any organization, especially a for-profit business, one of the main things that is driving you apart from your product is creating some sort of lasting value. And how that looks like is defined by your particular sector. But what really keeps me awake at night is how many of these organizations then tend to confuse ESG and sustainability with corporate social responsibility. We've been seeing this practice where ESG is treated as charity or philanthropy rather than seeing it as a fundamental framework for how we do business, driving our mission, driving our purpose. And really, what we need to start doing is to think differently about ESG and sustainability. So I want to reflect a little bit about what authentic impact is, and not compliance theater as outlined by some of the speakers. And I'm quite happy early on, Ms. Wafe and Mr. Omalade outlined this point that for the most part, Africa's organizations aren't just adopting global standards, they're leading the way, but they're leading the way as a tick box exercise in most cases. We've seen fundamental shifts in the past couple of years, especially when it comes to capital markets, where really there's been some transformative change. There was mention of the JSE, NGX as well has progressed quite well in embedding sustainability, Ghana Stock Exchange, Botswana, and many others within the ASEA framework that are all mandating some level of ESG and sustainability disclosure. Even though it's at a voluntary level now, it's really not an accident because what we're mostly seeing from developmental finance institutions and some of these larger lenders is that they're using their financing powers to drive ESG adoption. So these frameworks are no longer just evaluation of performance, but they've become a criteria to funding. So it's no longer just optional, even for state entities themselves. But there's still a huge gap that is remaining between disclosure and delivery on the actual aspirations that companies have with regards to ESG and sustainability. So while these companies are adopting progressive disclosure practices, even where there isn't regulation, for instance, in places like Rwanda, really being driven by companies, Uganda, driven by the likes of Centenary Bank. There are still challenges when it comes to the multiplicity of frameworks that organizations have to adhere to. So you have your production standards and maybe operational standards that you must speak to. Then you have sector-specific frameworks, certifications, voluntary initiatives, regulatory frameworks. You know it. All of this requires you to do some amount of exercise in gathering data, measuring what you do and reporting it to that particular stakeholder. So it really becomes a huge mountain to climb for most organizations. So they never start or they only do what is compulsory for them to do. We also need to harmonize regulation. As the last two speakers highlighted, some of the frameworks that exist to support, we have the SDGs, we have the different sustainability reporting frameworks, GRI and IFRS-B, IFRS, sorry. So we have to look at ways where these frameworks speak to local regulation and how can we embed them rather than having local regulation adapting to whatever framework comes in. And I'll speak about our approaches GRI in a bit. But really, the last part is on assurance. So ensuring that data is validated, ensuring that what companies are saying is authentic. It's actually what their impacts are. They're not just celebrating aspirations or potential impacts that they might have, but they're really disclosing both the positive as well as the negative in a balanced way. So if we look at a practical example, Iris, which is a company based in South Africa that works on integrated reporting, sustainability reporting and assurance, did a ESG assurance review in 2022, looking at the 281 listed companies on the JSE. And they found some really interesting figures in that study. They found that of those 281 companies, less than 20%, 19.6 to be exact, had obtained third-party assurance for their ESG disclosures. More than half of that, 51% of the listed companies, had sought assurance based on the significant environmental impacts as well as social impacts. But rather, while they sought assurance, they didn't have actionable mitigation plans to address those. So they only wanted a validation on their data. So, for instance, you see very few seeked out assurance, and then of those who seeked out assurance, they had no follow-up or actionable plans for what those impacts are. And then with companies that have gotten assurance, you find that some of those companies scored significantly higher when it comes to the transparency indices. So 70% of them, as compared to 40% of the entire JSE, had demonstrated a clear link between their assurance as well as their report quality and validated data. So companies that didn't go through assurance, we don't know to what extent some of the reported impacts are true and relevant, and we don't know to what extent they might be maybe not sharing certain aspects of their performance. So we're reporting on impact we can't measure, we're making promises we can't track, and this is really where a lot of organizations are, and they're crippled by a lot of things that I already mentioned earlier. But the cost of this and the cost of getting things such as reporting on your impacts and addressing them is really enormous. We in South Africa, we know this quite well. We have a power utility that has quite a huge monopoly, which has promised or has created a roadmap towards clean energy and net zero. However, when you look at the reality since those commitments in early 22, we're still remaining as one of the largest carbon emitters in Africa. We face a lot of legal actions over pollution, which has been linked to severe public health risks, especially in the communities where some of these coal power stations are. And you find that communities didn't just lose trust, but the company has also lost operational legitimacy. Of course, if you know anything about the company I'm speaking about, you'll know that it's also due to other factors such as service delivery, but a large part is that no one tends to listen now when this particular utility speaks about net zero, at least given some of the current practices. But really, this is what happens when commitments are disconnected from capability, and there's really most communication among the principals. But when we do get it right, we find that the returns are quite tangible. If you look at Kenya, KCB, the Kenya's commercial bank, developed a robust ESG framework, and through that, they gained over 150 million of sustainability-linked loan with preferential rates from the IFC. If you look at Anglo Gold Ashanti's comprehensive community engagement programs in Ghana, you find that they've significantly reduced operational disruptance. So these aren't just feel-good stories or stories about philanthropy or charity or foundation, but they're business stories about resilience, access to capital, and operational efficiency. So then the question becomes, how do we move towards authentic impact? And this is where we come in. When you look at the frameworks such as the UN Global Compact Principles, TNFD, CSDDD, and of course the GRI standards, you will then find frameworks that not just offer you a compliance tick box, but a framework to systematically think about how your organization affects the world and how the world affects your organization. And this distinction matters profoundly. For instance, with the GRI standards, we have over 14,000 companies that are using our standards, but we find our standards are uniquely designed for African context, and they really support a more well-rounded view of risks and impact. I mentioned the unique design and the suitability here as a key to the development of our standards is stakeholder and regional representation on material disclosures. And these are really based on context. So we do a lot of regional consultations. Our GSSB team, as well as our standards team, work with us at the regional level to try and drive input into standards that we're reviewing or developing to ensure that it speaks to localized perspectives, but they're also broad and contextual. In sustainability today, there's a principle of double materiality that is going to help businesses to be more thorough and more well-rounded when they think about their risks. And this is because it looks at or asks two critical questions. The first question is, which sustainability issues have the most significant impact on your business? And this is your financial materiality. So here you're thinking about your climate risks, resource scarcity, regulatory changes, social instability, all the things that can affect your financial performance, your access to markets, and your workforce stability. And this is where frameworks such as ISSB's A4S standards, as well as SASB and all these other financial materiality frameworks are positioned. Second, you have the question of which issues does your business have the most significant impact on? And this is what we call impact materiality. So looking at the environmental damage you cause, the communities you affect, the human rights implications of your value chains, this is where you'd be using frameworks such as the GRI standards to help you measure those impacts. And it's important to consider both perspectives because even though you might have a well-rounded view about the risks looking at your financial performance and workforce stability, if there are certain impacts or practices that you are not measuring, that you are not tracking with regards to your operations, the surrounding community, or even your workers and their human rights, these can tend to be real financial risks towards the company itself. So it's really important to take on both these perspectives. Most organizations, they tend to focus on the first question, so looking at the outward in, but GRI really demands that we answer both. And starting from the impact side can really help you go a long way when you're trying to look at then what are some of the key financial performance risks or operational risks to mitigate. And it's revolutionary for Africa because our contexts are quite complex. You find sustainability contexts in Ghana, while similar, are very different to Nigeria, to Togo, to South Africa. And ESG risks are tightly interlinked. So any environmental risks might present spillover within social areas, which present real economic risks to your organization, as well as the value chains that you are in. So if you look at a company in water-stressed areas, for existence, this company must understand that it's not just the financial cost of water scarcity that is a risk to them, but they also have a responsibility to the communities that are facing the existential risk of water insecurity. So what happens when a company is doing or thinking about risks quite poorly? Dapo highlighted about how organizations are disclosing on their ESG performance. Lately, you find, organizations invest quite a substantial budget in developing a sustainability report with beautiful graphics, ambitious targets, committed statements from the board. However, a majority of these companies, due to either their own negligence or otherwise, or maybe not enough awareness of what sustainability requirements or regimes they fall under, they really struggle to articulate the materiality process they use to identify these priorities. And materiality speaks to those impact risks within E, S, and G. So they're reporting what they think is important or relevant to an influential stakeholder group. So maybe for their shareholders, their investors, but not really what's material to their business and stakeholders. And really, sometimes the consequences are predictable. Investors read the report and they come back with questions, they pull funding, or they flag this company. But also something that companies have started to neglect or must start becoming aware of is that employees themselves can start becoming cynical about the sustainability theater that is put on by their company. Communities feel misled, and this is where you see operations start getting disrupted. And then you find yourself having invested a huge amount of the organizational budget in trying to gain credibility, and you've lost it in one fell swoop. And really, the irony of this all is that authenticity is quite cheaper than some of these half measures. So if you do a genuine materiality assessment, this means engaging the stakeholders, communities, workers, you listen and you understand the real risks. Sometimes you might think that some of your biggest impact is around environment, but maybe it's just around livelihoods. How are you paying your workers in relation to the community that they live in? So this can really help you to start making better decisions. So as I close up, this is what I believe that some of the leaders need to start thinking about and doing differently in order to be more authentic in their approach to ESG and sustainability. First, we need to internalize that ESG is about governance. It's not charity. It's not philanthropy. It's not a favor you're doing to anyone but to yourself and your organization. And the G in ESG is in bold because it's really the foundation. It's about how decisions are made. Who makes these decisions? How are stakeholders engaged? How is accountability ensured? You find too many organizations, whether in South Africa, where we have a robust framework of integrated governance, we have the King 4 code, but you find that too many organizations are treating governance just as a compliance layer. But authentic governance is an architecture that makes social and environmental commitment possible. When board diversity translates to diverse perspectives on risks, you are able to catch things that you might have missed if you have the same people on the board. When stakeholder engagement is genuine, it's not just an extractive process where you go to people, you say, fill in the survey, and you see them next year. You're really starting to build trust and operational legitimacy. The second point is you need to anchor your ESG strategy on purpose, not perception, not how the world will see you. Yes, in the beginning, you will find that there are more potential negative risks than positive. And it's important to disclose that, be honest about that, and say, we are not there yet, but we're working with these mitigation plans to get there. And I've noticed, some organizations often have genuine commitments rooted on cultural values. Some of them speak about the principle of Ubuntu. They understand interconnectedness. The priority is placed on community well-being, which is important. But sometimes these get lost when we adopt external frameworks without any critique. Your strategy should reflect your actual values, not just taking a GRI framework here, A4S framework here, and trying to see where it fits within your compliance needs, but really thinking about how does this link to our purpose, mission, and values. So if your organization genuinely believes in collective care, interconnectedness, that should shape how you prioritize your impact materiality process. You will then look and investigate a bit more how the social aspects of impact, especially on people and the human rights, are considered in your organization. So you're not implementing ESG because Europe mandates it or your value chains mandate it, but you're implementing it because you believe it and it's a strategic imperative for your business. Thirdly, you build measurement capability before you build the disclosure infrastructure. And this is critical. We spoke about the data gaps. We spoke about the multiplicity of frameworks and all these things compliance-wise that companies must adhere to, but too many organizations are publishing reports they can't support with data. And this is way worse than not reporting at all. So use processes such as the ones in GRI, look at what matters, then invest in systems and teams to measure it reliably. Create standardized ways to ensure that this data is stored, collected in a timely manner, and not just rushing at a point when you have to put together the report, whether for annual report or separate sustainability report. So when you can confidently say, this is the water we consume, and here's how we're reducing it, stakeholders believe you. That's credible. And when you make claims you can't validate, then you become exposed. You are exposing yourself to further scrutiny and further alienation. Lastly, you need to align initiatives with transparency. So look at executive compensation. And this is a touchy subject at most organizations, but really look at your board incentive structures. So do they reward sustainable performance, or is it just about short-term financial metrics? And hoping that the head of sustainability, the OHS team, or someone else manages the ESG aspect. So if leadership compensation isn't tied with ESG outcomes, your commitment isn't really authentic. People are drawn to what they're rewarded for. We might say one thing, but really we're driven towards reward. So we're at a pivotal moment as Africa right now. We have unparalleled access to capital, but we can only capitalize this moment if we demonstrate responsible stewardship. We have extraordinary natural resources, but we really can't do anything with these resources if we can't manage them in a sustainable manner. We have vibrant communities and workforce potential. We have a youth bulge that is growing, but only if we're protecting human rights and ensuring fair opportunity can we realize the gains from these opportunities. So in closing, the choice before us is quite clear as leaders. We can continue with performative ESG, beautiful reports that don't drive real change, or we can embrace an authentic way to sustainability and ESG. Frameworks that align incentives, we measure what matters, we embed accountability from the top down, vertically and horizontally, and ultimately we create organizations that can become more resilient, more trusted, and are more likely to thrive over the long term. So with this said, I think the conversation today has really hit the nail on the head and to what's needed as a roadmap for Africa. So I'll stop here, and I'm keen to hear some of the other submissions as well as questions. But thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bongo, for that very insightful session. I mean, you spoke about how that ESG isn't about charity work, isn't about just, doing charitable deeds, but indeed it is for the growth of the general economy as well as the progression of of the business. And thank you so much for that wonderful submission. A round of applause for him. And we'll be having our last speaker on this panel, Mr. Samuel Fosa. I do believe that Mr. Samuel is on the call. After Mr. Samuel's session, we'll be going into a very brief Q&A session. And after that, we'll give it to our very amiable host. Mr. Samuel, please, can you let me know if you are on the call?
I'm here. Hi. Hey, Esther. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hey.
Yes, we can. I believe we can.
Okay, great. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a short presentation here. Hopefully, I can be able to convince and not confuse a lot of people today about what I do and why I do what I do. I'm glad that I'm the last speaker. I'm really excited because all that I've heard today, from data, to inclusivity, to frameworks for measuring them, all of this just shows me that there's a way that we as Africans must do innovation when it comes to data. And as a data innovator myself, I have moved from a journey of being an economist to being a data analyst, data scientist, and discovering that we must innovate data and stop following some standards. If we cannot design it based on our village people's problem, then we're not solving that problem at all. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to uh, Africa Sustainability Perspective, AS4, for having me here to share passion. And thanks to all the other speakers that have spoken here today, very passionately about all they do, what they're doing. And I'm glad that I'm in the authentic part of things because as a young man, very authentic about the future I must see in Africa. And I come with a vision. So it's a really privilege to just share here with great minds and how Africa can define sustainability in the digital age. I said that very intentionally because there's sustainability before the digital age, but in the digital age, today's conversation is one that really matters deeply to me because it's not just about the ESG and policies, which is what everybody wants to talk about, when we look at the standard of America giving us good governance, but it's about the people, it's about the data and the power of innovation to transform how we live, how we trade with one another, and how we grow as a continent. So, when we talk about sustainability in Africa, I believe we must start from one truth first. And that truth is about what is the vision by Africans about how they should sustain their natural resources from their environments, their people, which are largely young people at the moment, and the checking of which organization exists in their location, whether it's multinationals, local, or indigenous organizations. Because when they have the knowledge of this, it gives them power to be able to hold it. And this is why I stand here today to say to you that as an African, lived in the Western world for over 17 years, I decided and chose that Africa must have a new economy because we have never designed our own economy. So it's very hard for us to create standardization to every other thing that stems out of that economy. If you know any person that knows the economy. And this happened in England, I think 2015, 2016. England decided or discovered that many of their young people never understood what economy is. So they decided that in every university, no matter what you study, whether it's science, engineering, you must all take economics in first year. I think we should do that in Africa as well. But if you know anything about economy, you know it has five sectors: land, which is the natural resources we've all spoken about here today; labor, which is about the jobs; capital, about the money; enterprising, about doing business; and the last part is education. These five sectors shapes an economy. Many people don't know that the standardization that's created across every sector is based on these five sectors of the economy. But Africa should design their own economy away from GDP so that we can really see how GDP was formed because it's the natural resources that has been taken out of this country for years or continent for years that has shaped many worlds. I mean, when you talk about labor with slavery, when you talk about land with natural resources, when you talk about capital, shaping of finance, there was a time Nigeria and the US used to have the same dollar to naira, and that's because we were sharing on the same land structure of oil, which is crude oil. But today, the standardization for crude oil is still the Texas standard crude. And that is because America created the standard for crude oil. But they will still say Nigeria has sweet crude. We always still be saying these words, but have never created any standard. So I want to start by saying we must talk about sustainability in Africa from digital inclusion, not just as a tool. Even the ESG we're talking about, not just as a tool, but as an infrastructure. It is the bridge between innovation and impact when we think about it. And it's how we also move from policy promises to measurable progress. So we can't see this whole movement to sustainability, social impact. We must look at the digital inclusion as an infrastructure for us to do this. At Tech for Good Africa that I manage and Echo Africa, our mission has been very simple yet profound to build a new economy for Africa, one powered by verified data, digital design, and sustainable innovations. We often say at Echo that data is the new energy, and like energy, it powers everything, but only when it is verified, it is accessible and used for good. I remember the Bureau of Statistics mentioning verifiable data and also mentioning accessible data. I had a question for her, but I'm sure we'll see again soon, and I'll ask that question. So let's start with digital inclusion. I think I've gone further than my slide. The first part to achieve the SDG goals in Africa. Every time a young innovator in a small town gets access to the internet, every time a farmer uses data to predict rainfall or improve their yields, every time a woman entrepreneur uses her mobile platform to access finance, that's Africa already moving forward. These are not isolated stories. They are signs that digital inclusion can become one of our greatest accelerator of sustainable development if we invest not just in the device and buying data on your phone, but in the digital literacy of people understanding how to use it, how they can, access it, and how they can lead themselves with it. The second pathway is how we leverage these digital platforms for climate action, for sustainable trade, and even economic empowerment. Across Africa, we're seeing a rise of innovation from clean energy to energy startups transforming villages to tech platforms that are helping local artisans reach regional markets, or even data-driven tools improving waste management and agriculture. Each of these innovation tells us one thing: sustainability and profitability can coexist when technology is met with creativity. So we're no longer waiting for solutions to come from the outside of Africa to help us. We're designing them right here. I'm going somewhere, so stick with me. But to sustain the momentum, we must strengthen public-private collaboration. And this is where my question was going to go to the NBS through digital accountability. How are they making all the MDAs digitally accountable? Because I can tell you to give me data, but I can build a digital solution that allows your API to give me the data instantly the moment you're putting it in. The only people that have APIs across the whole of Africa are the banks. And I wonder why. Why is it only the banks that have APIs for integration? Even NIN, which is in Nigeria, still struggles with API integration into other platforms. Scary and weird. When governments, startup, and civic society come together, and they're sharing this open and verified data, which through something I've mentioned today, API, if you don't know much about it, please read more into it. It might open your mind to something that might even help you build something for our nation. We can build trust, transparency, and measurable impact. Imagine ministries aligning their sustainability policies with real-time data from community, which was mentioned today already. Imagine companies tracking not just their carbon emission, but also their community well-being, which the speaker before me just mentioned. This is how we shift from reporting, which is what I believe we should not be doing anymore, but to real progress in Africa. For example, in Tech for Good Africa, we've seen how data partnership between public institutions like the Olu of Warri, which is the local king, and youth innovators can create living dashboard of development that's happening across the 200 something communities in the Warri Kingdom. And if you don't know where the Warri Kingdom is, it's in Delta, and Delta is the most polluted place in Nigeria. Remember, I mentioned about the oil. So there's a connecting of dots in what I am and what I do as a person. Moving forward, the future of sustainability, I believe, in Africa lies in what I call sustainability intelligence. I think I'm behind again now on my presentation. The future of sustainability in Africa lies in what I call sustainability intelligence. This is the ability for us to collect, connect. Remember that it's not just collecting and then analyzing. It's to collect it, connect, and then interpret verified data to guide decisions for people and planets. If I know how to make decisions, it's better for me. Imagine every community contributing data that informs how we respond to climate, how we manage resources, and even social innovations that should be in those places. It is not just a dream. It is the blueprint of already what we have started to build here at Echo, the Echo platform. Our goal is simple: to ensure Africa's data works for Africa, because the future will belong to the continents that can measure their own progress, not just talk about it. I've seen a country that talks a lot. I won't mention their name, but you know them. They have a president that is really cool. I think he thinks he's cool, President Trump or some. I didn't say that. But a continent that can measure their progress, not just talk about it, would be the ones that the future belong to. So as I close today, because there's no time to waste time, I'm taking you through a journey of digital inclusion, digital platforms, understanding how this innovation can help us, and then introducing you today to something called sustainability intelligence. I believe as we look ahead, I will leave you with one thought. Let's not just build apps. or projects as we normally do. Let's build ecosystems that sustain communities, empower leaders in those communities, and then transform the way that they measure their economies. Because sustainability is not a trend, as all the other speakers have mentioned. It is a technology of hope. So take that away as you go today. It is not a trend. It is actually a technology. It's a technology of hope because when you look at the definition, it says that you use something and you leave it for the next generation. I'm sure all of you have social media. Everything you are posting on there will be something that people that live in the future, they'll still come and see pictures that you posted, events you did, comments and things you wrote. All of it will be left there. See the technology? Sustainability is that type of thing. It is a technology of hope. So today I'll tell you to do something, right? Is to join the Echo platform. The link is there. Join the Echo platform. Get your Echo ID. Share the SDG activities that you're doing in your location. Also share issues that are happening in your community and help us to design data differently, which is the Echo. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to more questions as we go along.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel Efosa Austin. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was really good, really good. It said sustainability is an economy of hope. I think that that's like a new definition, and I think I'm going to definitely be adopting that. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to confirm if Mrs. Aderonke is still on the call. Is she still around? Mrs. Aderonke, are you still around? Okay, so while I'm waiting for confirmation from Mrs. Aderonke, I will just start with Mr. Efosa, and I'm going to be asking you a question. And it says, okay, so how I know you talked about how that it's a technology of hope, but how can companies ensure that ESG initiatives translate into measurable social and environmental impact? So I know that you're very much into data, and data is actually gold in this movement. So what would you say, and how would you say that ESG initiative translates measurable social and environmental impact into ways that can actually be recorded, and it could hold weight globally?
Thank you so much for this question. I think if you ask me questions like this about ESG, I always come from a different angle. I'll say two things: integration and interconnectedness. My brother Bongo was talking about materialism, those words that you used to check how you're connected to the location you're connected to. Whether it's you use a material there, how does it affect the location where it is? This is the interconnectedness of it. If you affect people and their heart and their mind, maybe working with you, is also interconnectedness. And the other part of it is integration. What are you integrated into? Are you integrated into platforms that also destroy the planet? How are you storing your data? How you integrated into the government system, how you integrated into standardization. These two things are the things that every organization must always have in their mind when thinking about ESG, interconnectedness and integration. Again, I always talk as a tech guru because I cannot do it without that. So, as an organization, with what we're building at the moment, we discovered in building things for Africa that Africa needs to be integrated based on the Agenda 63, very integrated as a continent. And at the moment, we're not integrated. For example, in Nigeria, we have five identity: NIN, BVN, voters card, driver's license, my national passport. I don't know how many is in South Africa as an identity. Now, what we did was we decided to have one digital identity for everybody that signs up on the Echo platform. And with your Echo ID, the organizations that have a portal can pull your Echo ID to showcase those activities that you said you've done. Now, this is verified data because if I go and pick up plastic and I post it on the Echo platform that I picked up plastic, and I work for a particular organization, instead of them reporting something about how they've now been using more plastic, they can also pull my data of picking up plastic and attach it to their own profile as a ESG it's interconnected because I work for them. I've done this work in my local village, or I did it in my local streets, but it's contributing to the fact that that organization, maybe they did some training about plastic. Now it's now interconnected based on I picked this plastic, this digital identity has connected me to this. Now, everybody talks about digital identity in Agenda 63, but every time they talk about digital identity, we live in the fear of what governments can do with it instead of starting to look at the focus of how we can use digital identity to create integration between individuals and organizations for what they're doing in a particular location. I think I'll leave it here with those two things, integration and interconnectedness. We can always talk about the metrics, the measurements, and all these standardization, but we really need to focus intricately on our country, our nation, on how we're integrating and interconnecting to what is happening really on ground and using digital solutions in that level. I'll speak a little bit higher on top of it. APIs. We decided that, okay, if there's digital identity and this digital identity are integrated into organizations, why don't we give developers APIs that whenever they're building any solution, whether it's a waste management solution, an agricultural platform, every person, they can just get people to sign into those applications using the Echo ID, because now you're able to even verify that human being based on what they're doing in their location. You're able to do more with it. And I think we're going somewhere with this. And I just believe for organizations to really measure integration, interconnectedness is the way they can do it.
Thank you so much for that very brilliant response. So I'm going through the chat room, and I believe that people are asking for the link to the Echo platform website. I do not want my team. Okay, very good, Mr. Samuel. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Thank you so much. I believe I've been on the website myself, and I think that it is a very revolutionary app. And I know the reason why I am saying that, because I know that there are quite a number of initiatives that have been put in place with respect to sustainability, but I believe that this one is a game changer and it won't stress you at all. So thank you. So Mr. Bongo, I believe that you're still on the call. Thank you so much for your session. You talked about how that sustainability impacts you, and it is very essential to look at it from the side of how does it impact your organization, or how does your organization impact the world. So I'm going to be asking you this question. How do we address the challenge of greenwashing and promote transparency in sustainability reporting? So I think sometimes in Q2, we sent out a white paper on greenwashing, and we were able to find out that most of the companies in Africa, not all, there are some that are actually walking the talk, but we found out that most of them have adopted the greenwashing style. So how can we make sure that there is enough transparency, and we don't just put up a show when it comes to greenwashing, but actually implementing and recording the right impact?
Yeah, I mean that's a that's a tough question to answer. So I'll try to speak from different perspectives. I think from an organizational or company perspective, it's a question about values, it's a question about governance, it's a question about integrity. So if, for instance, as an employee or as a member of an executive team, you find that your company is peddling certain issues and positioning your company as a company that's sustainably performing well when it's not, it's important to engage the relevant internal bodies. But also, I think the power, especially if you're in the executive level, you also have the power to engage with other influential stakeholders. So your shareholders, your board, your investors. I think the people who have the biggest power to address greenwashing are consumers. And this is because we usually drive what these brands position them for. And I'll mention, okay, maybe I won't mention the companies, but there are two very large FMCG companies in Africa that are spread across the continent. They do everything from washing powder to your chocolate. And in the past couple of years, you found that they have been in their sustainability reports or in their reports, they've been putting things that are not necessarily representative of the reality of the operations. And in all three categories, right? This is in the revenue disclosures or tax disclosures. They've not been as good in the social aspects when it comes to working conditions across the continent. You find there was no standardization across the plants across the continent, same with governance, etc. So usually we as consumers, when we tend to see these stories, we brush them off as something that maybe an investor or larger party can make this company accountable, but really our purchasing power tends to drive change. And we've seen this in various aspects, mostly in political context. We're seeing it with McDonald's, Starbucks, etc. But this should be the same in sustainability as well. Also, communities, I think it's very important for communities to start interrogating some of these reports, to demand to have a section that's shared with them, to demand consultation. That's one of the ways that we can curb greenwashing. And I think from what Sam has said, his perspective as well, the digitizing aspect of reporting is going to help us to get to a point where we can validate data points. So GRI and various other standard setters are working with XBRL to support the creation of digital mandatory sustainability taxonomies across Africa. We're working in South Africa now, but in Taiwan, there's already a GRI embedded one. We're looking to work with Ghana and Nigeria as well. So those will be quite influential to validate information that's shared by an organization, but also easy for an organization that finds itself with questionable reputation to say, actually, this was true, or this is what our performance has been since that particular report. So yeah, from those perspectives, I think that's the way we can address it.
Esther, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself if you're speaking.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bongo. I do believe that there are some questions in the chat room. Please, if you have any question, please do drop it in the chat room. I think that all questions have been attended to.
Maybe Esther, to address the question on harmonization of reporting and multiple reporting in regulatory contexts. So IFRS S1 and S2 is informed by GRI standards. We worked quite close with ISSB. It's also informed by TNFD, TCFD. So there is some level of harmonization across these frameworks, at least from the impact side. We continue to work with IFRS on the continent when it comes to capacity building and awareness. But I think if you are an organization that is starting on your disclosure journey, so you're quite new to sustainability reporting, you're level 1, it's just about awareness and putting in place ways to track and trace what's important in your company. Just stick to the impact materiality frameworks such as GRI, stick to UN global principles that will support you in formulating your business value, mission, purpose. Look at the UN human rights principles. Those frameworks can help you to start before you take a bite out of some of the existing regulation. Luckily, at the moment, we do have a period of breathing space where sustainability reporting is voluntary but mandated to an extent in capital markets, so large and listed companies. But as time goes, it will be more important for companies in those value chains. So really starting from the awareness level now will be quite helpful.
Yeah, I think I'll also just speak to the question about building an ecosystem rather than building apps, throwing more light to that. I think with the building an ecosystem, a lot of, again, I've mentioned standardization exists, a lot of formulas to present your company, to gain access to capital, and all these things exist. But when we talk about building an ecosystem, you're thinking about it from the three angles of the ESG that already exists. What environment are you creating for that problem you're trying to solve first? For us, building the ecosystem was Echo is our environment where we want to capture data in an interesting way. And then the community is where we have Tech for Good Africa, where we're trying to change mindsets of young people to say, are you building the right technology solutions for the location you're in, or are you just being driven by the funding or the money you can make from doing tech? Can you see tech as a civic duty? And so that's us contributing to the social part of the ESG. And then when you get to the governance part of things, we then have the African Technology Leadership Academy, which is where we then train leaders on how to be leaders in technology to help young people be able to contribute back to their echo. Very interestingly, the echo as a metrics is we know, for example, I mentioned economics is GDP, and GDP measures the economic value or the capital of a country from production. But what we decided to do is, can we measure capital or give people access to capital based on the contribution they do into that location, and which is also a part of economic principles. For example, countries like Netherlands have what they call the happiness metrics. So they don't use GDP totally to measure the country. They use happiness metrics in relation to the SDG goals to measure the economic value. So how happy are you with the job you're doing? Does it make you feel fulfilled? And I remember Mr. Bongo saying something about let it not be about perception, but let it be about purpose. So many of us want to get into tech because of the perception of I'm now a tech guy. But what if you do it for purpose? So when you're building an ecosystem and when you think of ESG, you don't want to think about ESG from these over the top standardization or over the top metrics that could overwhelm you as in the problem that exists that is probably causing this ESG the environment of it. Okay, what is the community that's already suffering it? And then what kind of, should I say, educational or leadership structure can we put to create governance? Because with governance, it's really more a lot about learning. And as you learn, you then become more ethical. And then as you become more ethical, you contribute back to your nation. So I just want to leave that as ecosystem. There must always be um, that three level structure to building ecosystem. So just wanted to put that out there as a structure we use to build ecosystem. And I think you can also do that. So just looking at the ESG away from just the metrics, but looking at it for what it really is, that ESG is really about building ecosystem. It's really all about that, really. So yeah, I hope this helps.
Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Thank you so much, Mr. Samuel. Thank you so much, Mr. Bongo. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Thank you for the incredible insight. And we are saying thank you. I do believe that all questions in the chat room has been attended to. Thank you so much for your time. Miss Edith, please over to you.
All right. It's been an incredible flight this day, and I believe we've all enjoyed the flight so far. And we've all gotten insight, quite a number of insight, great insight. It's been great conversations, and we are gradually coming to the end of the program today. Let me quickly pull up my slide as we bring this to a very successful end. Okay. All right, so a great thank you to the panelists, our distinguished panelists on this session of the panel discussion. It's been great conversation, and thank you, Esther, for moderating that session. So, like I said, right from the beginning, we have been on the flight since morning, and this flight is called ASP 2025, and gradually we are getting to our destination. But before I say thank you for boarding this flight, I would once again visit the good news that we had mentioned earlier. So, our partner S&BP, which is a globally recognized certification body, have given access to everyone who have taken out time to be on this summit today to take the Sustainability Champions exam on the S&BP platform. As soon as you're done with your examination, you get your certificates generated automatically and you download it. So the link to this exam will be shared will be sent to your email boxes. You simply will click on it and take your exams when you can. And aside that, what next is we have the ESG training and certification coming up from the 9th to the 12th of December. And this training the cost of this training is 500,000. That's $500,000. But we are giving out discounts, or we have discounts for the general public. So for the corporate organizations or corporate bodies, we have 50% discount. And for individuals, we have 70% discount. And for students and NYSC members or national service members, for those from Ghana, we have 90% discount. And what that translates is this: for Nigerians, is 250,000 naira as against 500,000 naira for the corporate organizations, and for individuals is 150,000. And you can see the Ghana and other currencies equivalents. Okay, so for students, you see for Nigeria 50,000, Ghana 372 Ghana cedis, or $35 for other nationals on the call. So we will share the registration link in the chat room. Please, let's have the registration link for the training in the chat room. Do well to register, and we'll see you in December as we kickstart the training. All right, and having said that, please feel free to give us your feedback. All right, let's also have the feedback form link in the chat room. Feel free to give us your feedback, as we would have, next year, we're planning to have this summit physical, right? So we would like your feedbacks to be able to, places that we need to improve. We'll do that as we prepare for the physical summit next year. So please do not neglect giving us your feedback. We would appreciate your feedbacks. Okay, and then please do well to follow us on all our social media handles, visit our websites, all right, and to keep up, to be updated of the latest information. We would have post-event updates on our platforms and our websites, and so you can also participate, engage, and possibly reach out to us as well. All right, so please, let's have these links in the chat room. Whichever platform you are on, feel free to follow us. Okay. And then also you can join the WhatsApp community, where we update regularly about the ESG, SDG, and every other service and activities that we have at A4S. All right, so let's have the link in the chat room as well. Okay, so as we gradually come to the end of the summit, I would like to appreciate everyone once again. And of course, I would also like to appreciate the organizing committee, who have taken out time and made sure that we had a successful summit today. So I'm appreciating all the team members who have put in so much effort to see that we had a successful summit today. And of course, to all the attendees of the webinar and of the summit rather, and of course, to all our distinguished guests who participated in the panel session, as well as the keynote speakers. Thank you so very much for joining us. And as I bring this to a close and as we get to our destination, so I'm going to quickly say, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and sustainability champions, okay? As we've come to the end of the program, it has been an incredible flight with you through today's African Sustainability Perspective Summit, proudly brought to you by A4S and ASP. We've explored inspiring ideas, exchanged transformative insights, and charted bold routes towards aligning SDG and ESG goals across Africa. So as we touch down our destination, which is sustainable impact, please carry along your key takeaways: innovation, collaboration, and commitment to action. And on behalf of our organizing crew, facilitators, and partners, thank you for choosing to fly with us. Your participation made this summit a success. Until we board the next sustainability flight together, keep your passion soaring and your impact grounded in purpose. So thank you very much, everyone, for taking out time to be with us today. It's been an amazing time out with you on this call. And thank you. I believe we all gained value for our time. And I know we all are going to have a great weekend ahead as we round up for the week. So thank you very much, and we will keep in touch. We have your emails. We will keep in touch and keep you updated. So if you have any questions, if you want to reach out to us, please feel free to reach out to us. We will gladly want to hear from you. All right, so once again, thank you very much. We have gotten to our destination this afternoon, and I hope you had a great flight with us. See you again when we get in touch with you. Thank you, and God bless. Have a great evening. The recording will be uploaded to our YouTube channel, and we can as well email to everyone the link to watch the recording of this summit. So thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
He